Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Hungover. I'm all right. That's awesome. Still not a cat. No. I'm pretty pumped for today. We got T plus two from like the accepted GCF securities. We've got the margin change requirements. We'll see what happens with that. Pre-market volume is complete garbage, however, unless that picks up all of a sudden. Um, I do think we could test 215 kind of right out of the gate, but we'll see. Walmart giving employees a $1 pay raise. It's all-time highs on the SPY. Check out SHLDQ. They're getting squeezed on a delisted stock. Is this fucking Sears again? Okay. Q securities can be purchased by institutions. There's money to be made there in restructuring of the bankruptcy. There's all kinds of shit. There's a million reasons for Sears to squeeze that have nothing to do with fucking GameStop. I'm going to make this really clear right now before we even start today's stream. That whole correlation is fucking nonsense. You're talking about companies that went bankrupt before they even began starting their short position on GameStop. But RC tweeted, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not going to write it up behind me because I want people to ask about it. And whoever wrote that comment to Crayons is fucking absolutely full of shit. But yeah, I was trying to buy. You can't buy them. I don't know of any like mainstream retail brokerage that will let you buy Q listed OTC stocks. You generally have to go through a brokerage that handles those types of securities, but there is money to be made on them. People do buy them. For all we know, Sears and Blockbuster held shares of GameStop. And when GameStop goes up, their stock goes up as the price of their OTC security that exists now is based entirely on their post bankruptcy assets, which is awesome, right? Because that means share lockup. You mean Creand writing to Creand? Maybe. Now, were they attempting the same tactics that they used on Sears and Toys R Us and Blockbuster on GameStop? Probably. Similar tactics does not mean there's a correlation between their bankrupt listed stock and GameStop now. It could, yeah. Like K, what it could do is if those repo transactions are made invalid, any accounts, any margined accounts supported by those or you, that are funded with collateral from those repo transactions would be null. And so we could see those needing to be covered today. I am interested in how that'll play out. If you go check out the Discord, Dr. K, maybe you get a better idea of the um, regulations that are going into effect today or the daily DD. I kind of wrote more about it there. A single whale tooth was found in the manger with a beam of golden light shining upon it. Pigeon whales gathered from far and wide to hail Resos. Oh boy. Is there another edition of the Book of Dan's out? I'm just so confused as to how post bankruptcy assets can send the shop shooting up 1,500%. Reallocation, restructuring. Corporations could restructure themselves and move out of bankruptcy. So the Bezos stuff is real? What Bezos stuff? My mic volume is up, Jan. It's all the way up. I can't turn it up anymore. I threw $50. It's yours for fun. How did you do that, Unimug? What's your strategy for your GME options play? Sell them when they're worth money or more money. Apparently, Jeffy has a ton to do with short selling of GameStop, Sears, Toys R Us. Superstock was flooded with it last night. Sounds like bullshit. I mean, I'm sure he's tied into short selling on GameStop in some way. Generally, people like that just give like $1 billion to every hedge fund. Long, short, they don't care. I had an eardrum blown out on the tarmac years ago, and I can hear him. Yeah. No, my headphones and the mic aren't connected in any way. So outside of the US. You don't know what a failure to deliver is, Jason? Volume's always low for me too. Just download a volume boost app on your phone. or the equivalent for your browser. Problem solved, in case you want to tell them. Won't be turned off till 3 p.m. And that might be why we're seeing movement in them as people attempt to get in on those, bankrupt assets before the regulation goes into effect. Just because RC tweeted about some shit does not mean that you can tie that together. I understand the general concept, but I don't understand the timing involved with having to cover them. It's kind of a long thing to go into. Essentially, from the day of the fail, they have 35 calendar days to cover that failed transaction. They have 35 days to provide a stock to cover their failure to deliver on their short sale. Calendar, not trading. What's the expected high and low for today? It's in the daily DD, Muhammad. If you can't see it on mobile, hold on. Give me a sec. I'll read it to you. So everyone is the upper value of the possible price movement, but 4.36% on the low end, 8.58 on the mid, and 22.55 on the high. That's a colander. In your own words, can you please explain everything that's gone on in the stock market since the 1920s? I mean, if his position is up significantly, he can exit, right? Secure. That's up to him. I mean, it could potentially go up more. I'm not like an expert in delisted securities, but they can move quite a bit depending on, like when the bankruptcy. You really need a lot of like inside information into the legal aspects of the bankruptcy. As they do like asset allocation and stuff for paying off previous shareholders. And if you don't really have that information, they're kind of risky positions to be in. And traditionally, a lot of lawyers have always bought into them. So, say they clear like a big block of assets to be included in the bankruptcy, you could see it like run really hard. It's a $10,000 fine, I think, per transaction, Ben. That's why it's not ideal. What's your opinion on the Amazon stuff on SS? I think it's bullshit. Absolute complete bullshit. Bezos is probably short GameStop in some way or another, but not directly. And if he is short directly, it's a small position, right? As we're already aware of the large positions. They're not closing short positions in Sears. That's not what's going on there. How do I capitalize off Moonwind's bankruptcy? Just buy the opposite of whatever play he makes. Morning message for Hawk. Yeah, I'm fine. Where's Kramer gone? To the premium version of CNBC, apparently. Dude, every billionaire is linked to Citadel. Apparently, Bezos has been linked to Citadel. Of course he fucking has. He has hundreds of billions of dollars. Someone's got to manage that shit. You've never bought anything off Amazon multi-beliefs? Because I would say if you have, you are already linked. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for today. Could be interesting. GCF repo transactions have an immediate effect, or will we start to see that next week? So it's T+2 from the day that the rule was enacted. So if there were fails on margin accounts due to those securities no longer being allowed as margin collateral, then we could see calls on those accounts today. I don't know if that'll necessarily affect GameStop, but it could. It's not a conspiracy that the richest man in the world goes to other people to yeah, it's not. I don't know if the RRP is going to be. Why would the RRP be down? Did you see the Matt Kors article? No. NSCC 010 pushed to November 10th. That's the swapping of securities for cash to isolate the MOASS and the market crash. They don't flash sell logs on liquidation. Yeah. Interesting. Well, Silver Reserve, as far as I know, that's they've pushed it to an irrelevant date that could potentially be too late. They can't use repo, so I expect reverse repo to be higher than ever. No, totally different markets. Yeah, and yet another day we go into where the shorts haven't fucking covered. As a matter of fact, they've covered even less than usual. Oh God, don't look at the man. I'm not gonna look at the man course thing. I don't give two fucks about him. Way to get yourself sued. Maybe. So bankrupt companies could hold Jimmy? Is that a common situation? I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, why not? If their assets haven't been liquidated yet, yeah. A company can be bankrupt for years before their assets begin liquidation proceedings. It's not possible. Is it not possible that like Sears or Blockbuster could own shares of GameStop? It is, or other like AMC, right? There's all kinds of shit. For all we know, they own some fucking BlackBerry. Someone want to go dig up the bankruptcy filing and find out what assets Sears has? That'd be much better than running around Reddit starting fires of idiocy. What about Bald Man? And if I was Bezos and I was worried about GameStop, I'd just buy it. Them owning shares of GME seems way less likely than them being connected in other ways. I, you know what seems less likely than that, Nicholas Barnes? Them being connected at all. We're gonna have that cooking special you talked about someday. How can he buy GME if the shares are locked up? Trust me, you can. You just present offers to the people who have the shares. If Bezos buys up the competition, there'll be antitrust issues. Oh, you mean like the ones that Google's constantly facing? Do you think it's suspicious that the market hasn't opened yet? I do. It's 6 minutes too soon, but I'm starting to lose faith in the system. No, I'm not saying that, Turtle Bay. Other people are saying that. Is it even a legitimate strategy to squeeze other stocks to trigger a squeeze on GME? Is there an instance in the past where an entity initiated a squeeze to squeeze another? I mean, there's instances in the past where people have initiated squeezes in order to destroy the create margin calls for like funds that were involved. Most big short squeezes historically have been kind of on purpose. Or due to like regulatory requirements. Everything fucking squeezed on January 28th. It wasn't just GameStop. It was hundreds of stocks moved that day in one direction or the other, and all of them with a ton of volatility. It's hedge funds. Well, hedge funds attacking each other is fairly common. Not necessarily through short squeezes, but there's other ways as well. What's our ideal minimum to close at today? Over 225 would be ideal going into next week. How did I sleep last night? Okay. I was still like cleaning a lot yesterday, which I didn't get done till pretty late. It was a competitor to be traded by reason. You can, just not in the US, Nicholas Barnes. There's other countries. You can still buy Q listed stocks. You generally have to go through a brokerage that kind of handles pink sheets. But I mean, you can purchase into them. Like it's allowed. And then news media articles saying anything is moving for any reason are always bullshit. They never know. How is 69,420 relevant? Festive project. I want to do a $50 YOLO on Sears. I mean, it's contained, but I'll probably start getting mold everywhere else in my fucking house now. They were starting abatement on the mold, like the little bit of mold that I had before, but now that like after the rain, I'm sure it's gonna just be everywhere. I just need to fucking move. I'm tired of this place. It takes weeks to get anything done through the management. Ding, ding. Explain RC tweeting pets, Blockbuster, Sears. Why the fuck not? Dying businesses related to Chewy and GameStop. Businesses that failed, and he's going to turn one of them around. Jesus Christ. Super Plums. I think it's bullshit. I just don't understand why nobody goes and digs into like the actual information on why that stock might be moving. Explain Pizzagate. But that doesn't support the conspiracy theories. I mean, they're only conspiracy theories if they've been proven false, but which I will say they haven't been proven false, but it's so highly unlikely. And then no one's digging into like the actual reasons that that stock could be moving. Everyone's just like, oh, it's Bezos and that's tied to GameStop, and you know, Ryan Cohen's like fighting some fucking epic war against the billionaires on behalf of people trading a short squeeze on his stock. It could happen at any time, Daisy. Cemex is running. Yeah, you know what else is being pushed hard on Superstock? This theory that oh, where's sorry. This theory on like future swaps that encourages people to trade GameStop. Even though the primary reason that MOASS is possible is because people buy and hold. It's almost like they're really trying to prove that future swaps are real, yet offer no other explanations as to what could tie the meme stocks together. There's even other explanations of what could tie the bankrupted stocks to the meme stocks. Why the fuck would GameStop be in a futures swap contract with a company that went out of business years before they began their short position on GameStop? Now there is something that makes more sense than that, but no one's digging into that at all. You're sounding a lot like Matt Kors right now. Good to know. It's Elliott waves, right? You're throwing open ideas at groups of people that have no fucking clue what they're talking about generally doesn't generate a lot of like useful information, right? Options expiry cycles have their place. That is part of it, but it's not just that. Shit, it's the bid ask spread's more than $1 in Mikas. Everyone should be pumped that the shorts haven't covered. Would you concede the parties interested in the success of Amazon could have shorted its competition to oblivion, including Blockbuster? I mean, those companies were going out of business anyway. Blockbuster wasn't really shorted into oblivion so much as that it was just repeatedly unsuccessful quarter after quarter and began, shutting down, and it began bankruptcy proceedings. It was shorted, sure, but it was also going out of business. Sometimes, I know this is fucking crazy, companies go out of business because they suck at the business they do. There were parties that were interested in Netflix that would have loved to have seen Blockbuster fail, right? Shit, there were probably hedge funds invested into Redbox that loved to see Blockbuster fail. Did you see an opinion post on Elliott Wave Guy? I think this channel's sentiment is reaching the sub. Cool. Are you suggesting that the push on futures theory might be an attempt to get apes to sell their position if they can halt the run up to make them think that they can buy in for cheaper? Yeah, that helps short hedge funds a ton, right? Actually, nothing would help them more. I can't think of a single thing that would help short hedge funds out more than people trying to trade GameStop. People releasing their locked up shares that they've owned, pre April 15th out into the market and swapping those for synthetic shares that are available to buy. Letting the floor of the stock slip to prices where short hedge funds actually can cover. GameStop was absolutely on its way to going out of business. There was value in it. They weren't broke yet, and DFE saw that value. But I mean, DFE's initial thesis on GameStop wasn't like a short squeeze play, right? That all became much more apparent as we went on. He just saw a company that he thought was undervalued, and we saw an opportunity to buy in on something that wasn't being priced fairly by the market. You're telling me that 95% of the volume is hedge funds trading between themselves, that retail is maybe 5% of total daily volume, that long hedge funds are purposely using call options to up the price? Yes. It's your first purchase post MOASS as a blockbuster? No. Volume is crazy low today. It was April 15th. It was the date of registry for the shareholders vote. How worried should we be about people starting to trade? Very. Options are fine. If people want to try to make money off what is becoming more and more apparently a cycle on GameStop, then options should be the place to do that, right? But ironically, at the same time that we find out about this movement, right? And we start putting the pieces together for what's causing the movement, wildly incorrectly, but attempting to compile a thesis on why GameStop is moving this way, um, all of a sudden options are being simultaneously shamed, and like people shouldn't use them. And you know, there's very safe ways to buy options. There's very risky ways to buy options. There's ways to make money on the stock without trading the underlying, right? While still holding that floor. But that's being heavily discouraged. And it's, I mean, like, I'm not one for wild conspiracy shit, but like, isn't it all kind of fucking obvious what's going on here? So you're telling me selling calls on GME was a bad idea? I mean, probably. God damn it. Would selling a locked up share and buying back a synthetic affect the squeeze? Yeah, because you allow them to clear a short position with a real share. You have to understand there's no real float available anymore because we have made sure of that as retail. We bought them all, and then we've been buying all the synthetics as well, which keeps them from diluting the float, which is why our bid ask spread is as wide as the fucking Grand Canyon. Kirk's Friday night takeaway fun. No ramen night. Thanks, Crawford. Mm, I don't see any significant buy volume coming in. I think the usage of options when you didn't know what you were doing with them was always kind of frowned upon, right? Because yeah, then you are just, if you don't know how to trade options, you are just throwing money at the market makers. Not a lot of money, but money. Not yet. We haven't hit 225 yet. It's me, BK. Iron Archer, if you're saying someone should post a clip on SS, then shouldn't that be you? I see people talking about it all the time. I've had people DM me about it in the last 2 weeks. A lot of people. Like, oh, if they defeat this cycle, is it like okay to just sell at the top and buy in back at the bottom? No. I thought a $50 bid-ask spread was normal. Paper-handed traders won't affect MOASS because of the share lockup, Muhammad. But if we start releasing the shares, if retail started releasing their shares, then there's no more share lockup, right? This isn't MOASS yet. We don't have somebody mashing the buy button on the other side of today's trading. If the Grand Canyon is so wide, then how did Plenter's mom get stuck in it? Tis, man, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate that. Well, because, Thal, if they can extract all the real shares, or a lot of them, then they have less of the synthetics that they need to cover, right? The point is they can reduce their position to an even more manageable level. And that's not the point, right? The point is to continuously apply pressure to them. And that's working. We have evidence of that working. Sure, it takes a while. Retail doesn't have that kind of capital. But the capital that we have holds the floor. It means that every one of these cycles, the lowest low we dip to is significantly higher than the previous cycle, right? If you release that, then that floor isn't there anymore. That support is gone. Analysts say GameStop is overvalued, that it's worth $20, $35 a share, right? But retail has said, no, fuck you, it's worth 200. And that's, or 150 or 130, right? And that's why it's worth that. Because we have taken our money and voted for the stock to be worth that price. Jay Fresh. If you had a 200, 210, would you be selling on a run up to 220, 225, or waiting to see how the day plays out? I'd wait to see how the day plays out, but I'd be very cautious of the price slipping below VWAP or its EMAs. Like if the price falls down to this level, and continues to fail these tests at 215, it could slip back down to 210. You could lose a significant amount of the premium on those. So pay attention. That's the biggest part of trading options, is watching them like a fucking hawk. And that's why most people shouldn't trade them, frankly. It's not that they're that hard to understand. They're a little complex, but What sort of signs will happen when MOASS is just about to start? What are the obvious things to look out for? All of that is covered in my exit DD, which you can check out. It's linked to my profile down below, or if any of the moderators are around right now, you can ask them for a link. They have a link to like a printable version of that, or just the original Reddit post. Do you have any resources to be able to effectively learn how to trade options? I mean, experience is going to teach you more than any book, Shadow. Paper trade them. I think TDA allows it. I bought 3K and 0 DTE options this morning. What the fuck? Daniel Taylor giving us an excellent example of what not to do with options. I hope you print like a motherfucker, man. I really do. Sears is mooning. GameStop's not. So explain that, Abton. Why is Sears mooning and GameStop's not moving at all if they move together? Four minutes to 10 a.m. Eastern. What happens at 10 a.m., Dr. K? Is that the time that the new regulation goes into effect for the 240,000 extra dollars? I did. If you want to hear about Sears shit, rewind to the beginning of the stream, watch it at 2x speed. Liquidating old capital in Sears to cover GME? No. Trent Boson, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Let me do this before I forget. It's tomorrow the 4th. All right, for everybody who's Long Johnson, Billionaire, or Pigeon Whale, you guys can head over to the, if you want, head over to the community tab and set a reminder for tomorrow's members only stream. That's up now. And if you can, and you're inclined to do so, please drop a like. It's a huge help to the channel. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe so you can see more of my content. There's theories that I didn't come up with that I like GameStop. Stuke. What I don't like is bullshit theories found on zero to no evidence describing market mechanics that don't apply. being propagated by people who understand them even less. Spread and rehypothecated in a giant game of telephone where the ultimate theory in the end is just a combination of, you know, misremembered facts and unanalyzed data, where, you know, the source of reference is some DD that was written halfway down the chain. That's what I have a problem with. No, there's no there's no exposure on a bankrupt position. Which, the fact of which just defeats the entire fucking theory right off the bat. I mean, it's just cheap to play the downside, Callum. Derek, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. Stefan HG, thank you for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Hey, dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Isn't that Saculon in here now? I don't see him. If we hit 350. Not Zen. New all-time high incoming. T25 is the point at which the crossing T25 is the point at which the delta hedging really kicks up on GameStop. It has to do with where the call volume is. So 2+2 from this Friday is actually the day of earnings next week, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. The bid-ask spread is frequently becoming over $1. It keeps going up. Or getting wider, I should say. What is 005? Oh god. DTCC 005? Which one? I think there's two. Ashburn Home has become a Long Johnson. Thank you, Ashburn. I appreciate that, man. For all of you guys that are Long Johnsons or Dillionaires this week, don't forget to head over to the community tab and set a reminder for tomorrow's members only stream that starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Is your DD close enough that you could abate some of the ridiculousness that they come up with something pretty solid? Yes and no. Simon, are you making an argument for paper handing? Is that what you're trying to do? This is my point, people. Is because greed will ultimately beat everything we've done here if it is allowed to run rampant. Short hedge funds have sold synthetics into the market in order to short the stock. We're holding everything. How do they know which are real or closed shorts, even if some people paper hand? Because they can use real shares to satisfy their lender requirements. Thank you, Scott. I'm starting to think maybe 250K in margin isn't a lot of money. That's correct, Jay Fresh. Any TTM or BBKC firing today? No. Maybe on like the 4 hour. Yeah, we have a like squeeze signal on the 4 hour for BBKC. That's T+2, Dr. K. So we'll have to see how if that plays out today. I mean, for all we know, they could have used the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks since it was filed to shift, the collateral in those margin positions in order to satisfy the requirements. It's not like they didn't have time, right? Like these things are announced and then voted on, and then there's like a period of approval. There's all the time in the world for them to like get ahead of that. Everyone always expects like a regulation to come out and shit to change immediately that day, and it could, right? Like it could affect things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. Does a casserole in a dish with a pastry lid qualify as a pie? Isn't that what like a pot pie is essentially? I mean, I guess not. I don't know. You're saying it has to have a top and a bottom to be a pie? Curious. What about shepherd's pie? Definitely a pie. Or a pizza pie where there's no top, only a bottom. I think it's people that are worried, Adam. Why is it you recommend using no trailing stops? In which instance, Jose? During MOASS? Because you can get assigned like you'll get your order will fill on volatility if you have a trailing stop. Unless it's set further than a halt behind the current price. But even then, you still have to be watching it actively, right? Because if it halts, you have to, like, if it drops and halts, you'd have to take the trailing stop and move it down. Or reset it. Short hedge funds can use real shares to satisfy lender requirements. So wouldn't registering our shares with computer share effectively take that ability away from them? But your shares are already registered with your broker, not with the short hedge funds, right? Yes. Well, they all are all real shares as long as you own them. Technically. There's no way retail's dumb enough to give up millions for a couple hundred, maybe a few $1,000s, right? Right? The daily DD is definitely pinned to the top of the chat, Marco. We found the glitch to win. I mean, yeah, sort of. I don't know if it's really a glitch to win. I think we just found an exposed short position and have pressured the shit out of it. It's not like it's something that hasn't existed in the past. The market's not really rigged in that sense, I don't think. I think most people just view it that way because they don't understand it at all. That's changing. This is changing that, which is huge. Spurt doing weird Friday shit. Looks like it. But not as stupendously. I never spoke to Trey Trades. Dan Cardinal of Pickles and VWAP. What are the option data looking like in the ETFs that GME is included in? So many months of deep in the money options. Isn't it the same for a stop limit order? No, because you're setting stop limit orders like purposefully, right? Yes, D-pipe. Eventually, your broker would have to certify their ownership, right? They would have to become registered with your broker. And your broker has time to go find that, but yes, eventually, the longer you hold them, the more likely it is your broker finds the real shares to represent them. I mean, yeah, we could definitely see some more movement going into next week. Trade spotting. Please forgive this incorrect Dan Riku. Yes, ETFs present a significant amount of the issues with surrounding GameStop. If we trade sideways like this for the rest of the day, outlow volume could run hard early next week. So like the other cycles. Yeah, I expect we'll run into earnings. I don't know how hard we're gonna run this time. As you saw on the last the last cycle, right after July, a lot of shares were released into the market, and that could make this run uh, potentially less impactful than the previous one. But what's really important is where we end up on the other side of it. Why would there be one? Buns of Thunder. Yeah, I know, a user, and that's why I kind of just don't feel like I can make much. Like I don't feel like I would have much of an impact on the thought process going on over on Reddit. I mean, even within this channel, there's a decent number of people that are like, oh, he just doesn't like other people's theories because they're not his, and it's not true. But I could see how people would think that. Nvidia going up, cool. Why would why would any hedge fund in the world give a shit about a $240,000 difference in margin requirement? It could be. I have no idea how earnings is going to go down. Awesome, no wrinkles. I don't understand most of the theories being discussed today. So I panicked and bought more GME. Has anyone been on the right track, Dr. Stonklove? Since I started doing this, name some theories that have been spot fucking on that we've discussed in here. Can you? That's like a legitimate question. I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah, besides Hodel. And maybe retail owns the float. It looks like we do. But we don't have proof of that. The shorts haven't covered, yeah. Using out of the money puts to hide FTDs? No. There's no confirmation that. Carl drinks the red away. Inflation is transitory. Ani, thank you so much, dude. The Dans are wholesome. Ultimately, yes. But in a very weird way. I'm being serious, though. Like, you guys can say, like, whale teeth for MOASS. And whale teeth for MOASS is awesome. Thank you again, Ani. That's the only one, is the shorts haven't covered that I've seen. T plus 21 and 35 were never right. They weren't even anchored properly, but I'm not going to get into that. Spurt and GME are correlated in some way, possibly. There's no definitive proof of that, though. All we know is that the same parties are participating, right? What's the proof the shorts haven't covered? Didn't I show you guys that on like OBV the other day? Yeah, I think the Google poll it's not definitive proof, but it's very strong evidence. I would say of the things that have come out in the last several months, that has been one of the closest to being true. Here, for everyone who missed the OBV thing. Here is the beginning of their short position. This is what's been covered and bought by retail. Isn't that supposed to be flat? Yeah, Melvin did begin their short position in August, right here, in August of 2015. And then I wonder who started shorting here, because it got a lot more dramatic, didn't it? It's Dunning, not Donning-Kruger. Cool daddy. Dunning. D-U-N-N-I-N-G. It's hyphenated. Yeah, the Google poll is convincing evidence. There it is, though. Hard data. Hard data the shorts haven't covered. It seems really fitting for someone to misspell Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, I know. Well, at a minimum, definitely not John the Freeze. The inverse of that, right? I'm sure the run up in January included some covering, but the net short carryover every day was also like 15% of the volume traded. So they were shorting just as hard, if not harder, during every run up that we've had. So even if they were covering, they were laying down new short positions, which they also haven't covered. The Google poll is on Super Stonks somewhere. What would the OBV look like if they had covered? Pretty much inverse to that. There's mathematical proof that the shorts haven't covered. It's me, BK. Man, chat is going nuts today. Ugh. I don't think so, KP. Do you have a security that was heavily shorted with proof of covering? Maybe. I wonder if Spurt has solid covering. Spurt has a very similar OBV pattern, which kind of got me interested in it in the first place, and that it was heavily shorted for a long period of time before it started squeezing as well. Hopefully, Spurt's got quite a long history. Here's a stock with a significantly smaller short position. That is now being covered a bit. We got yearly, daily, weekly. But not nearly as short sold as GameStop was. GameStop's OBV is actually negative pre-January. I'm sure I could find more, but you're not going to see a pattern as distinct as you do on GameStop. Maybe AMC. AMC had a big short position. Can you explain what you think of the mother of all wedges? I don't think it's the best indicator that could be used on GameStop's like logarithmic chart. It's fine. Doesn't mean much though. I think people are not understanding that it's the area under the curve in the negative direction that must be filled by the area in the positive direction on OVB, not just the curve itself. That's correct. I can see you, Windmill. What's up? To a degree, yeah, VWAP. Financial Michael Savage. I don't know who that is, but thank you. So you can just always use log if you want to, but it's better when a stock has volatile price movement. So if there's a lot of range in its price movement historically, logarithmic tends to be more accurate. Well, if they fail margin requirements today, they'll probably, unless they present significant risk, have at least T+2, which leaves us at Wednesday. We got a lot of shit going down next Wednesday. Could be an interesting day. Where is he? Nutsaculon. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate that. I know you tried to sneak it in there after the stream yesterday. But thank you, man. I really appreciate the support, dude. Last month, I haven't had the need to frantically check Superstock to learn about what's going on. My MOASS bring you untold riches. Thank you, Corbin. I appreciate that, dude. You too, man. I hope everybody in here gets rich as fuck off this. Because we should. We've put in the work. So next Wednesday going to be wild? I think so. Anyone paperhand pigeonwell yet? Yes. Caw. And he has been appropriately shamed. Shame. Why wouldn't you post a screenshot of OBV as proof they haven't covered? I feel like I have. Shun the non-believer. Are non-pigeon whales allowed to shame? Everybody's allowed to. Not only has he broken his blood trust between himself and his pigeon whale brethren, he has broken his trust between himself and the pores and cast himself among them. Seek your retribution. Awesome unorthodox Knox. Tesla does not ever. Well, the negative OBV on GameStop exists because of the like 80-20 rule, right? 20% of the stock shorted to bring the price down, then 80% of it needed to bring it to zero, right? And so by using naked and synthetic shorts, they hoped to overwhelm the stock that wasn't being sold and drive the price down. It was ultimately failed. They also shorted it through other avenues that weren't, directly shorting the stock, which additionally brought the OBV down. And yeah, that was right around the time the pandemic started, which is, interesting and part of a broader thesis. Have some Vanguard ETFs, less speculative and long term. I mean, if you're going to hold them long term, then does it matter? Why does Girk think he's right on Reddit, but all the DD writers are wrong? I think I'm right about the DDs I've written. Smooth Gotti beats. But I mostly just do TA on there, right? I don't think all the other DD writers are wrong. There's been good DD. Or at least DD that's pointed in a like logical direction. It tends to not be very popular. I think one of the best DDs since this all started was that Leave Me Anon guy, and his ETF DD was fantastic. And he didn't even really understand the market mechanics behind what he was writing about that well, but he did enough research that, he presented a solid case. Roderick Varl, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson, dude. I appreciate that. Just because somebody wants to write a bunch of shit on a social media platform. Sponger7, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Thank you for the support, man. Yeah, just because somebody wants to fucking write something and post it on social media doesn't make them an expert. It doesn't make their thesis valid. So the idea that I have to respect every dipshit who writes a fucking paragraph about GameStop is absurd. The issue is leaders within the super stonk community make things up and aggregating others hard work. Yeah. That's another problem is that a lot of the like top DD writers don't know what the fuck they're talking about at all. Yeah, the leave me a non-posted post got deleted, but somebody like re-released it for Karma, so it's still up somewhere on Superstonk. Newsflash: no one thinks they're wrong. I've been wrong plenty, especially on GameStop. But I admit it. I move on. I use the reason I was wrong to, you know, influence my theories going forward. I do what I can, but I am also only a person. Are you analyzing even currencies? Or, can you rephrase that, Benjamin? I'm not sure what you mean. Like my price predictions for basically this entire week have been way off because we've had no fucking volume, right? Like Monday and Tuesday were okay, and then Wednesday, Thursday, nothing. Today, you know, I highly doubt we're gonna hit even the low. I didn't change the predicted price action because I'll do that over the weekend and I'll update it based on the data I have from this week. You'll realize something exists called confirmation bias, right? I've been using Elliott waves to predict my gains at the gym, and it's been spot on. Interesting. Thanks, Nutsaculon. I appreciate it, dude. Uh, only time will tell, Corey. Yeah, Greg. There's definitely a lot of buying. I think there's a lot of buying that needs to be done today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I think they're very far behind the curve. Some of that padded by the 7 million shares that got dumped onto the market over the last downtrend, but um, still a significant amount left to be purchased. I love insecure. BLIBQ ripping. I've covered my thoughts on the bankrupt companies already earlier today, Takashiro. If you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, we started covering it pretty much right away. So could not wait for the slide whistle to become a Long Johnson. I'm still working. I've still got to set that up. I'll do that over the weekend. Sorry, guys. If you wanted a slide whistle Long Johnson intro. People look at like their ego stroked or willing to put out stuff that isn't researched properly for karma, likes, and attention. Absolutely. I used TA on my wife, and she's highly volatile. We'll see, Eric. They really want to close this week out and get at least some of that open interest off of the ramp. So if they can close out sideways, it's a little more beneficial to them. The ramp is very big and very scary. It's understandable that they would do everything in their power not to run the stock up onto it. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna do a quick restroom break, and I'll be right back. For those of you listening in, trading at 211.46. One second. I don't know where I put my headphones. All right. Does the OnlyFans come with a bathroom can? That's fucking weird. What's the options chain looking like? I mean, the gamma ramp is stacked. I don't know what's happening as far as like options for today goes. I haven't looked yet. I'll check it out. Let's see. Looks like you got about 13 million in call volume. Looks like a lot of 180, 200, like a lot of in the money 0 DTEs are being sold off. But OI is going up on like the 215 and 210 contracts. And then a lot of open interest for the 10th and the 17th coming in. I haven't bought the shares yet. I was going to buy them at the resistance. Do you only do TA on a log chart? Mostly. Sometimes I'll use linear. Like if a stock just kind of is flat. I don't really invest in too many of those stocks though. I like stocks that are, well, I don't trade too many stocks that are, you know, flat or don't move a lot, don't have a lot of movement. They exist. I'm just not very interested in them. Check out puts between 190 and 205. I mean, they're not a significant amount of today's volume. Some 212 puts were being bought, but yeah, no significant like $200 puts, I guess, are up. But that's just like 0 DTE shit. It doesn't, those don't really affect the hedging, right? If they're out of the money. But yeah, it's me, BK. There's not not even like 10% of the options volume traded today is puts. It's all long. We haven't moved into the range like, so at like 212, 215 and 217. These are only weeklies. So like the quarterly options, which is where most of the interest is at 210 and 220. So crossing 220, like when we crossed 220 on Tuesday, it took quite a bit of sustained effort to bring the price back down. Like they had to short the shit out of it, right? Because that gamma ramp started to take off. So yeah, if we break over 220 with some volume, there's a very good chance that we could really take off. Oh, it doesn't matter, Nick. What's the resistance for today? 210 and 215, it looks like. I mean, we're just trading between the two. On WeBull, Nutsaculon, in the top right corner, you go to chart settings, and then you go to axis and choose logarithmic. I think it would be better to wait until Tuesday to buy a 917. It depends if we start moving in pre-market or not. Or today. We could move today. Generally, GME's moves happen in the, like, the big moves upward happen in the latter half of the day. Usually starting somewhere between like 12 and 2:30. Honestly, the Amazon DD is the first out there theory from Superstock that I actually buy into. And yet, it's still bullshit. I think if Jimmy hits 483, it won't be stoppable. I mean, historically, they've had to do quite a lot to stop it at that price point, right? And with the options chain up even higher than it was back then, there's a good chance that it would be very, very hard to stop it this time. Remember the Bill Gates divorce theory? I do. How could Blockbuster have its bankruptcy settlement change? I mean, all kinds of shit can change involving like their bankrupt assets. Those assets can change in value even, right? Just like any other assets. I saw the original post too, Steven. Because the world is getting too confusing, and I prefer to be upset at a single Illuminati type billionaire like Jeff Bezos. That's understandable. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. Cohen v. Bezos. There's no algo cycle. The fuck? We're getting DD about mayo and how it could be the catalyst for MOASS. Like Bezos invested in Notco, plant-based mayonnaise company, and mayonnaise first appeared in French cookbooks in the 1700s, which could be why Ken's plane has been in France so much. The stuff is all connected. Fucking awesome. Reddit always touts that buying GME options is a bad thing. I don't think you agree, considering you buy options, right? Well, I'm broke compared to like a hedge fund, right? And so if I want to affect the same change in the market as a hedge fund is, I would need leverage, right? And so I use leverage. Would you front run it to profit off the volatility? So you're profiting off your own loss. That's just net neutral, P Dog. I think it'd be a good idea to hold some shares for day 2 of the peak in case it runs further. Also, where resistance is turned into support and the peak still. Yeah, absolutely. That's why you want to have like multiple exits. Yeah, options is bad for people that have no idea how to trade them. But even for people like that, there are safe option strategies, right? We're coming all the way down. Hmm. Yeah, I know who he is. That wasn't him, though. That's just somebody using his screen name to donate. No, it's not an endless cycle until they cover because they're not net neutral, first of all. Um, they still have even with that, they would still have compounding losses from the position they're carrying, right? And then as you can see, GameStop has increasingly gone up. And the more it goes up, the more pain they're taking from that compounded loss position, right? Eventually we get to a cycle where they can no longer sustain both. Is there a bull flag on the 1 hour? No. On the daily a little bit, but yeah, we have like okay resistance at like 208.50, like the low side of the 210. Yeah, you can just buy leaps. Leaps are super fucking safe, especially if they're near the money. view to like ratio today. Yeah, whatever. If people like the stream, they'll like the stream. If they don't, they won't. It's really simple. I don't give a shit. Why would they be in a TRS basket with GME, Zachary? They filed for bankruptcy years before short positions began on GME. Fucking like almost a decade. So no, it doesn't lend any credence to the TRS basket theory. Especially if those baskets were created in fucking response to the price action in January. I'm sorry this is redundant, but if you looked at the price action from 824 to 98-ish from last year, I mean, at some point I have. What am I looking for there? That's like when Cohen first bought in, right? Like right around here. Or are you talking about when they did like the share recall? God, that's annoying. There we go. Unleash the Guybrush. All right, fine. Where's this fucker? Similar run up to what? Now? Why don't the longs buy shares instead of options? Yes, it would cost them more, but it would also start the squeeze. Because it's cheap as fuck to have the leverage position, and the profits from it are far, far greater, right? Lulu. Like if they roll appropriately, all they're paying for is theta every week, right? And they know the shorts have to buy in, so they just wait. Because patience. Because they don't give a shit how you feel about your stock price today. All they care about is making money. And they know that they can make the most money by waiting. With the least amount of capital exposure. Yeah, they also don't get blamed for starting the squeeze. It's insane that Superstock is so. I mean, Superstock has always been against options in a way, right? Because Citadel is the DMM for GME. And you know, there's pretty good reason. All my options are already out on the 17th. There's a pretty good reason for people who don't understand options to not use them. But for people that do, there's no excuse not to. So it's all about money. Mind blown. No problem, Lulu. It isn't just GMA. Sounds like you've discovered that stocks move as they near the end of their quarters. Like almost like volatility increases moving into earnings. That's fair. No, I haven't bought the shares yet because we haven't hit the resistance. I was going to buy them at 225. I still intend to buy at 225. I mean, I could buy two now, but it's not as much fun. No, Gaza, I don't think so. I mean, look into their bankruptcy proceedings and see why they're running. What change in their assets is affecting a run, or if it's just retail FOMOing into dead stocks. It's a minimum time frame you would define a leap, 2 to 3 months out, at least to the next quarter. Big Dilly style. No problem, Gaza. Because that's what this like bullshit theory is fucking indicating you should do, right? Because people are greedy and they want to make money. We're talking about leaps in regards to options, Greg. It doesn't have to be a year. Especially at GameStop. because it's so volatile. Very close to the price of the underlying, depending on how far out you are, Noah. You can divide the cost of the contract by the number of shares you're leveraging and figure out how much cheaper or more expensive it would be for you to buy a leap rather than just to buy the stock. What's this about no more repo margin? I posted it in the daily DD or Jimmy. The rule change that goes, or today's T+2 from that rule change. What's happened to our boy? I mean, not a lot. We're down $7. 3%. Awesome, Alien. You probably have a pretty good chance of those panning out for you. Does this shorting feel a bit desperate for you? I mean, like, if they're trying to maintain margin today, this may be an effective way of doing that. I don't know. I mean, they short it at any opportunity they get, right? So, is it desperate or is it just more of the same? Anyone else think it's suspicious that every trading day is T+1 from the previous day? They want to get us as far away from that ramp as they feasibly can. Up 2,535% on the year. Yep. Probably Nexus. This price action does not slap. It looks like we're bouncing at 205. Oh, God. You know, seeing you guys day in and day out, I really do notice the people that are far more likely to jump onto the latest bullshit theory than others. No one's buying Sears and Blockbuster to pressure short hedge funds. They filed for bankruptcy already. There's no margin attached to those short positions. As a future billionaire, are you excited for the cash, or is it more of a burden for you? No, I'm stoked. Forced liquidation takes place, and a short hedge fund holds a few shares of Jamie to hedge. Will the bank sell those prior to closing puts, or hold them till? I mean, they won't be able to hold shares, right? If they get liquidated, those shares will just be used to satisfy their share borrower agreements immediately. That'll be the first thing that's used before they start buying at market. Where did the Dan sit on the personal Gherk bullshit meter? You guys are actually not that high up, honestly. I was saying someone earlier, watching you is inversely proportional to my time on Reddit. I mean, I don't have a problem with Reddit's existence, and like, I think it's great that we have so many theories that come out. I just think the awful part is like how hard it is for like people to dismiss them as bullshit. Like for the next like 3 weeks, Reddit's gonna be digging into this bullshit with Blockbuster, and like it's most likely just a giant fucking waste of time. Should have bought Sears. Well, the risk you're taking in buying them on Monday is that if we do start moving really hard next week, we could move in the pre-market on Monday. But that would be it. And GameStop, I mean, traditionally it doesn't move that much in the pre-market. There will be a new thing to hate over the weekend. I'm sure something will happen. You think these rules seem to do nothing, or they're just rules to allow the shorts to slither their way out? I don't think I think the rules are there to protect other people from the stupidity or greed of the shorts position. That's what most of them seem to be. Um, I don't think there's any room for them to slither out currently. But I think there is room for them to kick the can. I don't care about tweets. I think if you're trying to tie tweets into a theory, you've already fucked up. You're already digging into the wrong shit. Good to know, Sam. Market is not open on Labor Day. Monday is a holiday. Oh, did I say Monday? Tuesday. Sorry. Yeah, it's taking more and more volume every time to bring the price down. I don't know if there's a lot of learning going on mass spectrometer because there's no focus. I think the potential's still there. Yeah, taken. The only time I think we were closer was January. Theories and visit your stream to get a pulse on if the latest has any value, but I think this process helps keep people engaged and facilitates long-term holding without constantly new rabbit hole. I worry fatigue and FUD would atrophy more people. Maybe. But I don't think misinforming people is a good way to get them to hold, right? Because I think most sensible people will just be like, oh, this seems like bullshit. Like if it's just one incorrect, overblown theory after another, that creates its own fatigue and FUD, right? Thoughts on a Tesla 750 for 917? I don't really like long calls on Tesla. What's it looking like? Could be good. Really pushing the really like way the fuck out of the money there though. I would look closer to the money than 750. Winter hath arrived. I mean, my tweets were super on the fucking nose and no one got them at all, so. I don't know if I would call them theories even. Sounds about right, Jacob. I mean, if they're net short, no. Lacey. Jimmy 210. Call October. Late today or early Tuesday. I mean, so the risk you're looking at there is if we move Monday pre-market or not. We could, the potential for us to move in the pre-market is pretty high, but we also have like kind of a nice dip right now. I mean, that's something that you have to weigh yourself, Willem. All I've learned from like trying to like mysteriously tweet my own DD was that nobody interprets them correctly. Even when I feel like they're super on the fucking nose. So short of me explaining them in great detail, no one gets it. I think one person out of hundreds that have tried to decipher them has come pretty close. Thank you. Thanks for your advice on Zillionaire Discord. I streamlined my business model and grew my client base behind the Wendy's dumpster by 69%. Thank you, Girk. You're welcome, Daniel Rock. I'm glad you found value in that. CMG? What the hell is CMG? Chipotle? I mean, it's stacked up more right now, I think, because they anticipate covering. Yeah. But yeah, they could just keep pushing the gamma. All they're paying for is theta, right? So they can just keep rolling the gamma ramp down the road. The cost for them is minimal. I don't know what's going on with Visa and MasterCard. It could be effective like Wells Fargo coming down hard this week. Tuesday. Sorry. Anytime there's like a closed market day, I'm just going to say Monday the entire fucking time. Get used to it. I know the market's closed Monday. Dude, you guys got progressively larger each month. I don't think so. I think it's been just about the same. No, it's just that there's like all it's really shown is it's not that like people are wrong or stupid. It's just that like there's so many fucking ways to interpret like a GIF or a picture, right? The odds of someone getting it right are really slim. So the 4x4 equals 16 one I explained to everybody to try to give people like a clue so they could, decipher the rest. But then I realized that I tweeted it after midnight and that kind of fucked things up. But it was supposed to be 4 quarters, 4 rolls, and 16 trading days. But I meant to tweet it on the 18th, but I fell asleep. So that one's on me. Oh, the daily rant is never over. I'm not. Yeah, I agree. They're fighting against 215. This is GameStop. Damien. If it's blurry, change your uh, quality on your phone. Like increase the resolution. Yes, Slizzard, the ninth. Two 15 matters because there's a gamma ramp. So there's open interest at 215, 210, and 215. But if they can keep it under and get it rolled, because these are all the 215 and like 217 50s, and the 212 50s, right? These are all weeklies. So if they can get those rolled out of the way, they can keep the stock flat through the rest of the week without running up onto the gamma ramp. So keeping it below that price point matters. I can't wait to actually have a day off. It's going to be awesome. I don't even know what to do with myself. Do you think I will paper hand during MOASS? I have no fucking clue. Once it's MOASS, I don't give a shit what people do. So they literally have got between the 7th and the 9th to cover these rollovers. They haven't done so far. Yeah. I mean, they've covered some, right? Last Tuesday. But they still have to cover the rest. And yeah, they have now 2.5 days in which to do that. They're not rolling their shorts. Yeah, I mean that's basically what's been going on, Jason, is they've kept the price flat and so the longs are just buying more and more and more and more calls as long as they're keeping the IV down and the price isn't moving a lot. Which means when it does move, it's just going to move that much harder, right? Sears going burr. Jesus Christ. GameStop's not, so penny stocks go burr. Big news at 10. It could, Big Dilly style. If there is any price suppression after earnings. Last time there was a share offering. There may not be this time. Yeah, you pay for more theta, essentially. The Weeb Dan. So you sell it and then you buy it at a later date. That's it. Rolling's really simple. coffee, Casey. All the shorting stocks today are delisted, and all of them are previous Ryan Cohen tweets. Every single. There's only 2. Yeah, if they have a buyer for their assets, then the price of that dead stock will go up. This happens all the time. There are people that specifically play bankrupted stocks. Like they specialize in that. Five minutes of research would provide you with more than enough information to debunk 90% of what you're saying right now, Stefan. Thanks, Digital Good Time. If GameStop released more shares, surely it's detrimental. I would delay MOASS. It depends on how many they release. Like Jordan Belfort? Yeah. It's all connected to GMA, including Bin Laden. Of course. I meant 5 minutes of actual research, Slizzard. Pie Five too sour today. Later, David. Oh, I'm not sour about anything. It should. Mahadallah. That wasn't my question, but okay. Oh, is Stefan having the day off? I didn't even see that one. This chart needs poking. I don't know. I'm not in the mood to draw pickles right now. Maybe later. Why would Citadel have to cover them? They're bankrupt. Does nobody understand how bankruptcy and short positions work? Sorry, it's not much. I've dumped the rest into Sears. Jesus Christ. Thanks, message for Hawk. I appreciate it, dude. Honestly, in your opinion, can they keep this up for months? They can do it at least one more time. I think. Maybe not. But it's possible that they can do it at least one more time. No interest in looking at it or propagating the theory. What is it, Grizz? I've gone over all of this today, dude. Just rewind the stream. I've been going over it nonstop since market open. I'm kind of over it at this point. Epic pen, Chakiseki. Yes, it is cool, Daddy. If there is an earnings drop, yeah. And people don't trade. Did you ever decide on an espresso machine? I already have one. I got that it was a joke. But at this point, honestly, just talking about it, I feel like lends credence to the theory. Or joking about it. And it has none, so maybe the best thing to do is just ignore it. And wait for it to go away on its own. That's correct, Jimmy. If we don't bust through this cycle, do you expect to run up anytime between then and the next cycle? I mean, it's possible. It's possible to, like, if there's no earnings, the stock might not drop, right? Like, if there's no shares released. I mean, there's no ETF rebalances that I know of coming up. Although I did get kind of sideswiped by one this week. I don't think there's any more. Maybe small ones, but those are probably irrelevant. What should I slow smoke this weekend? Brisket? Brisket's delicious. People started congratulating me. I'm sorry. So what you're telling us is that we'll all be renting VHS tapes in the near future. I'm off to buy more jeans at Sears. Make sure you bring your coupon. That you got out of your Sunday newspaper, Girded Tuna. I appreciate that, though. I think Trimbath's is trying to sell her book that no one ever wanted to read. Guys, if you want to know more about the Dans, check out the Gospel of Dans, part 1, 2, and 3 over on Our Zillionaires. Are you happy? Daniel Defoe, scribe of the Dans. I'm hoping, but I think they're closed on Sunday, which would be my day off. So we'll see. It going to $1 doesn't have to trigger any fucking margin calls. It's $1. Who the fuck's gonna get margin called off $1 stock? First of all, if they were short the stock and it went bankrupt, they are no longer short the stock. Jesus fucking Christ. Is that what people think? That they're like covering shorts on a bankrupt stock? It's fucking bankrupt. Oh, my head. Got anything to add besides rice vinegar, salt, sugar? Instead of, you can add, I don't use sugar, I use mirin, Brett. So mirin, rice vinegar, and salt. That's it. You can put some like chili in there if you want to spice it up a bit, or garlic. There's lots of ways to hide FTDs. The hard part is finding the right way, or the way that they're doing it. Uh, buy versus sell volume pressure theory posted on Superstock. You're bleeding your theory into the masses. Huh. That's a strategy. They think they never closed positions to avoid taxes? What the fuck? They don't have to pay any taxes. The company went bankrupt. I think you're just a little jealous that you didn't get in on this serious thing. Absolutely not. If anything, I want it made loud and clear that my name is in no way tied to this horseshit theory. No, delisted stocks surge all the time for all kinds of reasons, none of which are tied to GameStop. They found a buyer for their assets. They're reevaluating the bankruptcy. They're restructuring it. A payout is expected for the shareholders. Based on the sale of assets. There's a million reasons for a dead stock to run. All of which are more likely than the shit I've heard today. Different. The holy trinity of Japanese cuisine. You forgot dashi, kaioshin, hondashi. What's the dried fish stuff? I forget what it's called. It's just the theory is that they're billions of shares short on some dead stock, and then it going up to $1 is going to squeeze them. What do you think is the percentage of super stock users that have what less than 1 year trading stocks? 99. Because they still have assets, so the stock technically still has value. It's just not listed on like a major exchange anymore. That's why it's like a pink sheet. They list them with a Q, so they add a Q to say they filed bankruptcy. There's thousands and thousands of stocks that are like that are bankrupt but not delisted yet. It's like the stock graveyard. I mean, you can if you don't live in the U.S. or you have a brokerage which has access to those. Most brokerages like try to protect their investors in some ways. Some brokerages won't even let you buy OTC stocks. Do you hear Sears is joining the S&P 500? Bankrupt stocks move all the time, Daniel. Oh yes, Benito. That's what I was trying to think of. Victor Kukin, I think that's the most important thing you've posted in here. Heard about the $7 billion tax settlement for Renaissance in the news yesterday? No. That's interesting. Can you DM me the article, Manu? You okay, Girk? Your chakras seem off balance. Enjoy your day off this weekend. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Although I would like the stock to fucking do something today. Thank you for that, though, David. The community needs an eye-opening video from you. Talk about the nonsense post on SS. Earnings selling that covering and how all these theories are to take our eyes off the ball. It, like, I wouldn't mind doing that, Jose, but it feels sometimes I don't know. It just feels like a lost cause. And it's not in the sense that like more and more people end up here because they're tired of that. Um, but it is in the sense that I think it just doesn't reach a lot of ears besides the ones that are already looking for that like dose of reality, right? I think most people are unwilling to even assume that they're wrong or that the thing they like is incorrect. A gammon joint and Coca-Cola and honey. I haven't. What is a gammon joint? Dead wide smiles. I mean, I don't think anybody's trying to jump from GameStop to Sears. I think the danger in it is the attempt to prove a correlation to swaps, which I don't think are the derivative being used to hide their short positions. Nor do I think it's the reason that any of these things would be correlated. Although there are potential other reasons for correlation. I don't think swaps are it. And the constant promotion of this swap theory also leads to the promotion of this idea, like it all ties together, right? This idea that like maybe we should trade these cycles in order to, you know, profit off of the cyclical nature of the stocks movement. The problem is though, you have a large uninformed audience that doesn't know how to profit off of options, and so they'll default to trying to profit off of shares, which could then lower the floor of the stock and then prevent this the movement occurs because the floor is held. So if you drop the floor out that retail holds, then that cycle will not necessarily continue to repeat itself. That's the issue with it. That's why I'm so adamant about saying something about it. Oh, Ko-Fi donations are better by like a long shot. I think Ko-Fi is 2.5%, and YouTube super chats are 40%. Well, they were too big to get margin called or run the risk of being margin called in January. Hunt stag. Have you ever used Memetic Scanner? I haven't. Zero, shoot me a link. I'll check it out. Does it have a trial? I'll give it a shot. I'll fuck around with it. I mean, either way, roll when IV's low or roll out of bounds. If you need to roll, roll. Bob. You can't think of a better explanation? How about just like they were dead retail franchises, right? Or retail institutions that didn't survive, and GameStop isn't going to be like them? Like, I mean, there's just so many other possible correlations, right? Mm. Seems like Fidelity doesn't let you buy zero DTs. You can buy them, but you have to have a higher level of options permissions, probably. Tom. Call them. I'll use Ko-Fi going forward. Can we get the Royal Pigeon Whale? Historically, it has performed well. Sure, dude. Where is it? Is it this one? Yes. Do you have source for bankruptcy canceling open short positions? They can write them off. I can find one later, not right now. But yeah, Evan. Awesome, Bob. I don't understand why people can't just buy and hold, knowing there's really nothing shorts can do. I feel like that, that's the thesis that's forgotten the most, is the one that kind of ties all this shit together, right? Is that like they just haven't covered. End of story. You can go chase down every fucking derivative you want, right? And like, you can find the shorts. That doesn't mean fucking anything, right? Your logic is ruining SS confirmation bias. I'm okay with that. My uni wants me to tell them what I've been doing since graduating. Think I can put in professional investor? You could try. I don't like puns and feel great shame for that pun. It was awesome. I feel like I've said that a lot, though, Lugs. Is that the worst fun would come from us. Given enough time, we'd find a way to fuck ourselves. And the short hedge funds know that, right? That's why drawing this shit out is so beneficial. Because being patient in the markets is the hardest thing to do. And it's the thing which retail has the least experience with. Too large to be margin called? At that price, yeah. Hunt stag. They were. Very close, but no cigar. I mean, Melvin had a huge short position on GameStop, and they didn't even get margin called. They came close. Some buddies had to give him some money, but they didn't get called. Nice price action we got here. Hope your cut improves. Thanks, Ani. Thanks for that donation earlier, too, man. I appreciate it. Can we assume the repo rule change has no effect today? I mean, they've had like 60 days to prepare for it. So, yeah. I mean, we can assume it has no effect, but the day's not over, right? Just because it has an effect doesn't mean it's going to have an effect right out of the gate. So spurt done and dusted? No, but I think it's going to cycle back down before it runs again. there's still a pretty massive short interest on it, and then also additionally, like, quite some time until their merger is complete or their delisting. With increased margin requirements in effect per account, I mean, it's just like not that much money, Pico. You got to understand that $240,000 is like the equivalent of like 2 cents for the like to them. It's fucking it's pocket change. Talking about hundreds of billions in assets under management. You think they give a shit about $240,000? Reported ones, yeah. Barbarum. Yeah, failing a margin call is very bad, right? Getting called isn't terrible as long as you can provide funds to offset it. I mean, it puts you in a crunch. It's not great. You don't want to get margin called. RRP wasn't being used. Different repo. That's RRP is reverse repo through the Fed. There's other repo markets. Hi-Fi hero worship is hilarious when it's side by side with the Korean hate for being worshipped on SS. I mean, I have no desire to be worshipped as anybody's fucking hero. I just do TA and stream the stock. Otherwise, I would involve myself in all that shit on Reddit, right? If that's what I was after, the games we play. Or I'd just stream AMC and get shitloads of viewers. Out of the 24,000 registered hedge funds, it increased to 240K, puts it in the realm of 5 to 6 billion. Unfortunately, they can afford that. Yeah, that's not even a drop in the bucket. Bought 10 contracts expiring today. Strike of 210, good or bad. You might get in the money. There's a shot. Risky, but there's a shot. You think there's a risk of a massive retail dump if GameStop announced nothing post earnings? Like no NFT, no dividend, no plans. I don't know. I don't think so. How bad is my dad? Are you gonna pretend you aren't cultivating this following and attitude? How am I? I'm honest with about how I feel. If people agree with that, I can't stop them, right? But that doesn't mean I'm actively cultivating it. I could go make up a 1,000 insane theories on Superstock and just get this channel packed with fucking people. I could like Charlie's vids and pretend I have to go, fight people off the Reddit servers in the middle of the fucking night to generate interest. So if I was actively trying to cultivate this, wouldn't I do things like that? People ask me my opinion, I tell them. If they don't like that opinion or don't find value in it, they can fucking fuck off and leave and go watch someone else or go read something else. If they want to go, follow Crayons theories all over the fucking place, be my guest. I don't agree with them. I just write my daily DD posts and I answer the questions from the chat. That's it. And when it's over, I'm not fucking coming back. No, he's not new. He's been in here a long time. I get what he's saying, but it's just I feel like I even almost go out of my way to keep people off the fucking channel. Why do you think I let Craig post his stupid shitting gif all day? You're too arrogant not to come back. Ugh. I'm I'm not upset. Like ultimately, there's nothing anyone's gonna say to me that's gonna stop me from doing this. I'm gonna be here doing this every single fucking day until MOASS. And then once that happens, I'm gone. I have no desire to be a YouTuber or generate, interest on Reddit. Craig for mod? No, that's going a bit far. I agree with that. Games we play. Get your information from Superstock. Get my opinion on that. Get someone else's fucking opinion on that. weigh them, and then you decide what you want to believe, what you want to take as fact. I'm not Craig. What 90-day cycle theory? Has he got a new T plus one? Need some GD to explain how I can get your autograph VWAP hat. Calls or puts. My VWAP hat is mine. After MOASS, I will frame it. Thanks, Mitch. Let's get back to what this channel was created for. CX. Can I ask Matt's opinion on that? Does that count or get me timed out? I don't know. Go find out. T minus 180 divided by 2. That's because they don't have historically great earnings, Ms. A. They're getting better, but it's going to take time. Like, turning a company around's not that fast. I'm going to put it in an acrylic block, Dan Aykroyd. How about that, Matt Course? Oh, you know what? We actually had some new DD come to light on Matt Course over the last day. I thought this was very interesting and probably should be shared with the chat. Maybe we can get some of the wrinkle brands in here on this. And, you know, you guys let me know what you think. But this is what I think is going on. Here it is. It's curious. We've got Jabba the Hutt here. Possibly Adam Aaron. Holding free popcorn. This changes everything, right? That's fun. If anything, this is proof that the shorts have not covered, nor do they intend to. My God, you've cracked it. Thank you, Pablo. If you guys can and you have more information on this or can provide possibly a source, please join the Discord and let me know in the Matt Kors is Rick of Spades DD channel. It'd be a huge help. As always, the more eyes on the prize, the better. Let's find out really what's at the bottom of this. Does Bezos own Jabba's empire? I don't know. As the world's leading data sciences, do you need some quant analysis on this? Please, if you could, Steve. I think so, Dr. K. A spice is just a thing, and as long as you don't put it on food, it's not a condiment. But the second you apply that spice to a food in order to improve its flavor, it becomes a condiment. To air out his slug tail. Cow is just a cow until you eat it, and then it's steak. Exactly. If Bezos is Finkel and Finkel is Einhorn. Delmonico or Porterhouse? I've never been to Porterhouse, Velvet Jupiter. I've been to Delmonico. It's not as good as it used to be back in the day. Or maybe I'm just like looking at the past through rose colored glasses. It's hard to say. Can we have a pigeon cue MSR style? They're asking the type of steak, not the restaurant. Oh, Porterhouse. I thought they were talking about the restaurant. Both of those are restaurants too, so it's. Will you be dressing as a pickle or a pigeon whale for Halloween? I have no idea. Do a Halloween special for GME. I will buy the Pigeon Well membership. Good to know. $17,000 OTC stocks doing funky things. Why is Jeff Bezos shorting us? Uh, do you think letting ex-Amazon employees into work for GameStop is like letting the Trojan horse into Troy? I don't know. In what fucking world, like, say there was nothing going on, no short interest, no MOASS, like none of this other shit. In what fucking world would GameStop be relevant competition to Amazon? Like maybe in a sector they could beat Amazon year over year, right? But the comparison between the two outside of this whole thing is fucking ludicrous. Yeah, they could beat them in the digital game sector. And even just gaming, but like electronics? I mean, fucking come on. It's just this idea that like GameStop is this like big fucking threat to Amazon's business is absurd. It's like, I built my own computer and Apple's coming after me. Like, fucking no. Is BBIG about to run? I have no idea. It looks like it already started running. It's not about to. It's up 5% in the last 20 minutes. The question is, how high is it going to go? Radio Shack stock going nuclear. Oh, time to bag hold. Yeah, if Amazon thought GameStop was a threat, they would just fucking buy GameStop. Like Facebook did with Instagram, right? They saw the threat, they realized it, they bought it. It's simple. Enron stock up 42,069%. I'm not FOMOing into BBIG. You guys can do whatever you want. I don't know if they tried to buy GameStop at one point. They could buy them from institutions and insiders, right? If they could negotiate a deal. Don't get me wrong, it would cause MOASS if they did. Be a hell of a catalyst. Yeah, that is Amazon's weakness, is that they could be beat in smaller markets. Competitors can go after them in individual markets to take them down. I mean, that's like capitalism, right? BBIG going parabolic. Cool. I hope you're chasing it super hard. If anyone stepped in tomorrow about half of the float, MOASS would commence. Yeah. Amazon 24.75 billion in debt. Yeah, but they could pay that off in a heartbeat. Bezos could pay that off. Like, carrying debt's not a bad thing. It just means you're spending someone else's money. Woody Profit, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up over on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thanks for the membership, man.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Last night, I watched a 10-minute video on Bezos' new $500 million yacht. I want one. You mean the new Dillionaire party boat? You'd have to create a model to figure out the price action across the bid ask spread if you were to dump like 300 million or what's 7 billion into GameStop right now. How much the price would go up. It would definitely cause a MOASS, like without a doubt. Ryan Coxman. Whatever you want, Jay Fresh. You think they'll get us below 200 end of day? It seems like they're fighting pretty hard to push us down past 205. Not super successful so far. Hope nobody bought into BPIG 10 seconds ago. Was it a bull trap? Yep. This is why we don't chase, because it's shitty. It might run again, though. It might just be consolidating. Why is no one doing it? Why? If you already have billions of dollars, why the fuck would you buy GameStop? They're already rich. They're already at the top. They don't need to get that much richer. For more billions. Most billionaires don't have like even like Bezos probably doesn't have like 7 billion liquid on hand. You don't need to take risk when you're that rich. There's no reason. You can just deploy your capital in safe investments all over the place and get consistently richer and richer every year. I don't think I expect any announcements prior to earnings. Maybe some would be nice, finally. Is it synthetic long puts that is likely the answer with monthly rollovers? The answer to what, Farberum? What are you digging into? Synthetic long puts? I mean, I can see those being used, but not to any degree of effectiveness. If I were a billionaire, I'd go all in and then buy BlackRock. Well, that's what they do when they're that rich. They just like send their little money, like they send their monies out, and then it comes back as more money. What's with this downward price? Shorting. Kind of fell off the screen there a little bit. Just see the big shorting volume spikes. Today's gonna be one of those days where like 70% of our volume traded is shorts. But why GME no go up, Unimog? Fucking stupid shit. I don't think a cash dividend is likely. I really don't think a dividend is likely, but I mean, there is a chance it could happen. I'm not going to say there's zero chance that they release some sort of obscure dividend. I just think it's highly unlikely that they do. Like, I would be absolutely floored. Does anybody have any idea when this is going to pop? Like, actually, it doesn't matter, right? It will. Yeah, that's all I want. Is I just want some guidance and some forward-leading statements so that these shitty analysts can stop saying that GameStop's worth $15 a share, which, then presents these hedge funds with the question, why are you holding this massive short position down here at $15 when the stock is clearly not worth that? Like right now they can back it up with all these awful analyst predictions, but if GameStop could, announce some shit and turn that sentiment around, that makes it a lot more difficult for them to hold on to those positions, especially in the eyes of their shareholders or investors. Secret DD confirmed or nah? Still waiting, Stefan. A split would be awesome. And exactly what they should do at this point. The run up into a split could cause MOASS. Also gives a reason for longs to buy, which is something else that GameStop's not really giving out right now. I mean, imagine being a long hedge fund and trying to explain this shit to your investors. Like, oh, I think it's going to go to the moon. And they're like, but why? Show us the fundamental reasons for that. It's a difficult situation. You got to remember that these long funds have to answer to investors at the end of the day. It's not their money they're investing. It's partially the volume. Why would a split be ideal for the company? Well, it doesn't change the short position, generates liquidity and interest in the stock. No, split doesn't change the MOASS situation. I already went over it today, Brandon. You can go back to the beginning of the stream. Yeah, it makes calls more accessible. Will it lower the potential top end? Post split, yeah. Maybe. It's hard to say, actually. You would assume that it would, like if they did a 10-to-1 split, then it would lower the potential peak of MOASS 10-to-1, but it also increases the short position 10 times over, right? So it's really hard to say. No, stock split doesn't affect your. I mean, it does affect your average because now you have X shares for, like, X more shares for the same price. It doesn't change any positions, though. Do you think RCS someone watch your stream and report back to him? I don't know. Is that what you're doing in here, Dark Side? Would it make sense for us to petition GME to issue a dividend, split, or do a recall? I don't know if you could petition for a dividend. A split, maybe. If you were RC, what would you do to kick this off? Absolutely fucking nothing. I'd buy so many shares at 100. I'd buy a shitload more shares before the split. I mean, the split would work two ways for MOASS. One, it would encourage additional paper handing on the way up because people would have far more shares, right? So it's that kind of like, how long will an XX hold versus like an XX, like a 5X holder, right? Where we assume that the XX will hold longer, but then the XX would become an XXX holder, and the 5X holder then becomes like a 6X holder. 7. So it would change the psychology of MOASS, but it shouldn't change the potential price movement, if that makes sense. But I think MOASS would happen before a split occurred. Yeah, JG. The run on shares pre-split would be insane. I can't remember the time frames, Dark Side, but there is a legal framework. They have to like announce it like a certain amount of time before the split occurs. It has to be announced, as far as I know. A split has to be announced. You can't just like surprise split a stock. Yeah, you can also lose control of the company. Can a company announce a stock split then back out later, or is that clear market manipulation? I don't know if that's happened. I'm sure there'd be something associated with that, maybe like fines or something like that. The float is what? 35 million shares? Like 58? Something around there. How much justification does the company need for doing a split? I mean, the low liquidity that we're experiencing these last several weeks is enough, right? If they want to be included in the S&P, they can issue a split just on the liquidity requirements. It's perfectly reasonable. Chinko Yacht Club. Hit me up, post MOASS. You got it, man. Well, that's the illiquidity is part of the lower than average volume, Grizzled. Unless you're Burkay. Well, Burkay just doesn't issue splits. That's why it's worth so much. They have Burk B for that. Yes, it means they have 4 times more short positions. So if they had to return 1 share before, they now need to return 4. See you later, message. Could you zoom out into the triangles and do some into the 4 hour and do some triangles? I don't know how much there is out on the 4 hour. Like we look good. We're in a bit of a descending wedge from that peak on Tuesday. We're actually kind of bouncing off the bottom of it now, or maybe, well, I guess, yeah, we're trading at what, 203? We still have no volume. Like this is the shitty part is every day all of our volume is in the morning at the run up, right? And then they just like low volume short it out throughout the rest of the day and then run it up again. So like we'll probably start running up if they're trying to keep it flat again, we'll run up to 210 like in the last hour or half hour. Oh, there would be a lot more interest in GameStop if it wasn't $200 a share. Like a shitload more. Does a stock split need to be approved by the SEC? I think they just file for it. I'm not sure. Look it up. I know, but I might be wrong. I have to look it up myself. You trying to get Moonren to write some 21250 CCs? Well, the problem is like we might hit that later, like late day break, and then just rip, right? That's the problem with writing CCs, is because we're getting like really close to that like that like integral moment before earnings. And like the clock's kind of like counting down. So the chances of us just like breaking out of nowhere and volume coming in are really high. And so writing CCs, especially at this time, is super risky. Where comes the stock split talk? We were just discussing like things that GameStop could do to catalyze MOASS without being like at fault for catalyzing MOASS. I think we're near the max shares on the articles of incorporation, so that would need a shareholder vote. I'm not sure. I've heard a couple different versions of that. Robin, your hood. I'm waiting for these hypothetical questions to go off the rails. If you were Cohen, but in this example, you have a terminal illness. Thanks, iFly Moon Man. 210 calls are 50 cents. $5? That's kind of enticing. No, they're not. They're $60. Are you talking options pricing? We're not. The max shares is closer to 300 million. Yeah, which is about a 4-to-1 split from where we're at now. That's what I thought, Cornub. I feel so chat abandoned today. I see you talking. Maybe it's because I'm on top chat and not live. Windmill. If you were Ryan Cohen, but we're also 11 feet tall. You think High Tide might run? I won't touch that stock. Doom Gnome. What do you want to know about wash sales, Windmill? Is this a gamma slide? Maybe. But if those contracts go in the money and they sell them, then that's going to create a lot of exposure in T+2. My opinion on what? Long time lurker here. Thanks for the hours of infotainment and new wrinkles. Ignore the fun and crazy theories, y'all. Hodl for all of us X-apes. Will do, man. Thank you so much, Dabby. I appreciate that, man. What would you vote on a share offering? Just like a release of more shares? No. Fuck them. They have $1.5 billion. Tell me what you're spending that on first. Split? Sure. That's fine. The only negative would be some whale coming in and being a majority shareholder all of a sudden, but I'm happy to be corrected. I mean, that's like, we'll still get rich though, right? Why would I have to redo the share count pool if there's a 10-to-1 split? You just multiply it by 10. They lured everyone to options, took their money, and using it to keep us under the gamma ramp. I mean, if people bought weeklies, yeah, but it doesn't appear that way. Most of the open interest Travis is out on the 17th. The run up into a split could easily cause MOASS. It would drive a lot of interest. I don't know, multi-blues. Everyone is freaking out a lot for being up like $50 in 2 weeks. I mean, I feel like on most stocks, if they went up $50 in 2 weeks, people would be freaking out. Yeah, I mean that statement's like, oh, people took a risk and lost money. That's what you're saying, and yeah, that's usually the case when people take a risky position. But there were opportunities to sell weeklies this week for very good premiums. So if you're holding a weekly on Friday, I mean, awareness, expectation of the date cycle has folks freaking out. Yep. That's why I said before, sometimes some things are better left unsaid. But that's sourced engineering. That's still 10% that Citadel doesn't have in their pocket, right? Okay, you said it will happen. That's great. But like this month, this year. So the further it goes, the higher the probability gets, Grandlet. If you've invested more than you can afford to invest and you can't afford to carry the position, you need to reevaluate your own finances. That has nothing to do with when the stock is going to go to the moon, right? It's it's really interesting. There's too many variables, Naxos. There's so many variables would come with that. You'd almost have to reevaluate the entire thesis of like how high we could go in MOASS, right? Because there's a lot of psychological factors that come into play if there was a stock split. How do options work if they split? They just become a contract for more shares. Yeah, if they did split, the FOMO would be pretty bananas. Seven 121. Not that it means anything, but look at the today open, high, low, and volume. It's the same day. I'm not upset, Dan. I know I seem that way. I'm passionate about the spread of misinformation, but I'm not upset. Are you reading on the inside? Every day. I'm never any less bullish on the stock. I mean, yeah, if you're super affected by the the psychological warfare, like K, which I mean, honestly, I don't even think it exists to the level people assume it does. It's just it's just boredom. It's kind of like cabin fever or like just I think most of the drama is self-created. Is everyone talking about splits because of some credible info? Or we're just speculating on what could happen in the event of a split, how it would work? Yeah, today should have a volume spike at some point. Technically, from Tuesday. I assume what you're referring to, sourcing engineered. Except I think they used actual shares to short on Tuesday, not in the money call or in the money puts. They haven't been buying a lot of in the money puts this last week at all. Yeah, still very optimistic for next week. Every day they don't let the stock run is, one less day they have to let the stock run. They're kind of in a shitty spot right now. I didn't say 2 p.m. Rip. Do you want me to say that? Will that make you feel better, Ollie? I think they're trying to hold it down till earnings. I don't think they can. I don't know. It's like a little cloudy out. I hope it doesn't fucking rain again. Because I just can't. What are your thoughts on Jimmy's spendings in order to expand their e-commerce tradition versus their revenue for earnings? More negative or closer to profitable overall? I mean, I have no idea. Had they spent any of the initial share offering, the 3.5 million in the last shareholders meeting? I'd have to go look back at that. I know they covered their long-term debt, but I don't know if they had any other expenditures. The place in like York, Pennsylvania, the fulfillment center. Yeah, beating estimates is good, but we'll see how much that matters. Yeah, Nevada's a fulfillment center too, but it doesn't open until 2022. So I think they just like signed the lease on it, but they haven't begun using it or anything like that. So they haven't been, right? So if and that's one of the indicators that we're in a cycle of them having to cover is they're not going to buy in the money puts if they have to cover, right? Because then they'd be driving the price up into their puts. So they have stopped buying in the money puts as of like last week. I have read most of Gospel of the Downs Part 3. Yes. I kind of fell asleep. I was super tired. It wasn't reading it that made me fall asleep. I was just exhausted. Are they using the profit from this year's pump and dump to short the stock? Maybe. MACD divergence on the 1 minute, is that meaningful for upwards prediction? Absolutely not. Yeah, future plans would be the best news. If they had positive earning per share, JBet, that would be a catalyst. But a slight improvement on negative earnings per share, not a catalyst. You racked? I don't want to look at some shitty penny stock. What is it? I don't even have that on here. Velvet. You think it was because they have new ETFs to short? Helps. I saw what he said. I don't have that ticker on here. I have to go look at it on something else. Like Schwab or something like that. If they do another offering, do you think it kills or just postpones MOASS? I mean, postpone, but I don't think they can offer enough shares to kill MOASS. They'd have to like double the float. Um, but they could, it would, I mean, postpone it, not really postpone it even, right? Because I think like the nature of the cycle is inevitable. But I think like a share offering could mean that our floor would be slightly lower before bouncing. So we had like 130, 150. Say we run up again, right? And we like maybe our floor would be like 250, but with a share offering, it'd be like 230, depending on how many they offer, maybe 200. Either way, we're going to keep getting higher and higher and higher. So I'm not super concerned with a share offering. I don't want it to be for a lot of shares because I don't want our floor to be like 180, right? Because that's what it affects ultimately. It means you're a cutie. Oh, haha. Okay, I get it. Well, don't do that to me. Why would you do that's fucked up? Next week 300? Fucking hope so. Making me think you're trying to get. You know how many times a day I get asked to look up shitty penny stocks? That's not nice. If you could have dinner with 3 people, living or dead, who would they be? I don't know. Winston Churchill. That doesn't sound very interesting. Stalin? Maybe? I want to say Buffett. I would have dinner with Buffett. Marcus Aurelius? That could be interesting, but I feel like you just like I just get like a bunch of puffed chest speeches and I've heard dinner parties with Stalin were very interesting. No, Warren Buffett, not Jimmy Buffett. I haven't, but I really want to see it. All hell go up. Yeah, but I feel like I would enjoy his pomposity. EK. Pick 3 women. Salma Hayek. Grace Kelly. And Kathy Woods. I'm torn on the last one. Yeah, I guess Lisa Sue. Carmen Electra before she married Rodman. Oh wait, hold on. We're getting to choose their age now too. I might have to modify my list. Lisa Sue is the CEO of Advanced Micro Devices. Lisa Frank. Well, she's alive for dinner. You couldn't pay me to have dinner with Jennifer Connelly. Find her annoying. Wait, 90s Jennifer Connelly? Or now? Lisa Sue. Richard Feynman could be an interesting dinner, but probably weird, right? Sagan could be fun. Asimov, also probably a weird dinner. So, Lisa Suh. I don't know how to pronounce it. You can't choose imaginary video game characters. There's so many that I would pick. It's so hard to make like a narrow list of just 3. Ooh. Is the market doing weird things? Nope. Just ripping to all new all-time highs. Anybody make some money on Home Depot this week? That was a good pickle pick. Thanks, Big Hurricane. I couldn't just have dinner with Paul Rudd. Like, if I hang out with Paul Rudd, I need Paul Rudd to be my best friend forever. Um, Paul Dud? You take that back, James. Dan stock. Well, I won't be attending that. When are they buying these shorts back? No, I don't like Jason Segel that much. Not a simp. I just feel like he's my opposite. Like, he's always like so happy and positive. And I feel like having that influence in my inner circle would be a net benefit for me. Jeff Goldblum would also be awesome. Well, unfortunately, Robin Williams is not an option. Or are we still talking about the dinner? Are you just jealous that Jason Segel is Paul Rudd's best friend? No, it's because he's awful and boring. And 9 seasons of How I Met Your Mother made me pretty much hate everybody on that show. Dettle's pumping out some whale teeth content today. Good. Do my hugs mean nothing to you? They're annoying, Pickle Morty. But I appreciate your concern for making sure that everyone's properly hugged. Okay, I still kind of love Neil Patrick Harris. But even he got tough to stomach in the later seasons. Or however, I don't know, however many seasons there are. 8, 9, 30. There's an endless time to load up on 917s. It's not the worst time to own some. Maybe. What's your opinion on How I Met Your Mother? I liked it at first, and then I couldn't stand it, and then I hated it. I see your problem was continuing to watch after 6 seasons. Are you using Fibonacci candles? All the whales that bought at 220 are gonna rebuy to average down. I mean, they don't know what to expect from earnings either, right? Can you watch 9? How can you watch 9 seasons of anything? I mean, if it's good, I don't mind. I don't think. How many seasons was The Wire? Like 5? That was perfect. You told me why there's a D in fridge, but not in refrigerator. No. Phonetics? Otherwise it'd be frig. I don't know. It's gonna fuck with me all day now. The EastEnders have something to say about that, Pico. So I'm guessing this is either a massive short attack or a stop loss hunt combined with a refusal to delta hedge unless it's by selling shares. It's definitely a push for max pen. End of day prediction. Not looking super great. It's actually some volume on this shorting too. which is a bit different than usual. Usually all the shorting occurs on super low volume in order to affect the most movement. Desperation, maybe? Hmm. I want to buy like a 205. I feel like we're either going to drop off super hard or bounce really hard. Is this it? Is this their like big push? This is fucking pathetic. Well, it's easy to expect a push before close if you're the push. I just updated Reddit. Not gonna let it dip below 200 without telling anybody. I mean, they had like 60 days, Smooth Gotti Beats, for them to like move those positions around. Also, day's not over. I can't believe Bezos is shorting our stock. Jesus Christ. This is their equivalent of 320 to 175 on 315. They've lost all their power. Yeah. Like, this is a hard, concentrated downward push, and it's kind of like lackluster. 350 to 130. Actually, I think it was, yeah. What was our low that day? Was Hold on, I gotta change the candlestick so I can see which one the is it this one, right? It was 170. You're thinking about this one where they pushed us down to 115, like 116. I remember the flash crash and associated. Yeah, there was like 3 big dips during that time period. I think one was like 170, one was 130, and one was like 115.70 something. Frustration is palpable. We all thought we'd be 250 end of the week. I mean, yeah, I did too. It's annoying. It's annoying the amount of pressure they've exerted to keep it trading flat and how little they've covered in this cycle. We're miles away from 40. It's true. Should still get above 300 by earnings. I expect it to. What I would love to see is it like spike up to like 350 right before earnings and then have earnings just blow it out of the water with huge announcements. That'd be great. Where are they getting the shares from? Fidelity? Maybe. Does anybody have ATP open right now? Can someone check? This is ATP sub 1 million. Borrowable. The gamma ramp is fucking insane. The open interest is ridiculous, and they keep tacking it on. And now all they've effectively done by dropping us to 200 is lower the ramp. $1.88. Thank you, Trace. So not borrowing from Fidelity. I wonder how big that ETF rollover was. Won't know till the next 13F, but I mean, I think they have to buy more in the next couple days, not the next week or two. Could this potentially be closing out of short hedge fund long positions before liquidation? It's possible if there's a margin call. Like if it's like a fund that's like net short, like a smaller fund or something. Generally speaking, what do you consider a big enough open interest for a gamma ramp if it's consistent on many strike prices? I mean, sorry, that's relative to the float. Phenolium. So on a stock that has like a huge float, then you need a lot of open interest. But on something like GameStop, you don't need that much. Even like 1,000 open calls is enough to give it like a bump. But right now it's ridiculous. If you got to even discounting the open interest from this week, and you just go out here like 200, there's almost 4,000 calls open. Plus, the 210s at 200, which is another 933. The ones for today was just 1,310. I mean, it's built up to levels that I haven't seen it at since like January. And the more they drive it down, the more open interest flows in. So max pain, I think, is 200. Yeah, closing above max pain is pretty important. This could be an attempt to avoid it. Also possible. Yeah, the gamma wrap is deliberate. It's a trap. It's not really a trap so much as it is like it's like throwing a bear trap in your hallway. You know, it's like a trap would be like a hidden surprise. This is pretty obvious. Are you excited for MOASS next week then? I mean, max paying 200, yeah. That's up a bit from earlier this week. I think it was around like 195 or 190. It buys the stock or it loses its DMM privileges. There's 20k OI between. So that's, you know, yeah, I mean, you can go all the way out, Sponger. Like the OI matters across the entire range of dates. I picked up a 207.50 for fun. I would have bought a 205, but I didn't have enough settled funds. The days when everyone was screaming about short ladder attacks and SSR. Yeah, there's always something. I need some water or something. My throat is super dry. Big gamma ramp. Oh, because it's like quarterly. Safer. You don't care about the theta if you know it's going to rip, right? Institutions tend to buy quarterly options for this kind of shit anyway. Because then if it doesn't, they can back out of them without too much of a loss. I started pushing back on the Sears correlation on Superstonk, and people are upset. There you go. I'm an electrician. Everybody will comment most days. I just want to say thank you for being frank and smooth with us. Smooth Pickles. Being frank with us, Smooth Pickles. I really appreciate your experience based opinion with no bullshit. Thanks, Patty. I appreciate the sentiment, dude. Glad you tuned in. Thanks, Chubb. Pickle water bottle for sale on GameStop's website. Florida will issue $5,000 fines to businesses, schools, etc. that require people to show proof of. Isn't that unconstitutional? I understand them being able to enforce that on schools, but private businesses, I don't think they can pull it off. Although, who knows? It's Florida. I thought we were just here for the drawings. Are you comfortable with your 240Cs printing? I mean, they're for the 17th, so yeah, I'm absolutely fine with them. It's almost equal to extra premium for slight in the money calls. Are you forgetting about IV? There's in the money calls that are open, but they'll also just sell in the money calls. Just check the OI. That's outrageous. It is. What's your thoughts on today's action? It reminds me a lot of the last offering, 45-degree angle down. Which, oh, I mean, there was pretty heavy volume on the short selling today. But sporadic, not institutional. You can tell by the slope in VWAP. Ah, fuck it. I'll buy my 2 more now. This is as good a resistance to hold as any this week. I wanted to buy at 225 though. Should I buy now or 225? Ah, I can't ask you guys. I'm just gonna buy now. Boom. 2 more at market. Let's go. Maybe I'll buy 1 more at 225. I don't know. If I'm feeling cute, I might do it. Why not both? I just hate funding this account. Yeah, it's just shorting Jacob. Congratulations on another 100 milli. Felt cute by YOLO later. I'm pretty YOLO'd. My current options, like, options position was pricey. I'm up on it, but still. If we hit 225 end of day, will you slather yourself with mayo for Tuesday? I think we're going to run during power hour. I think people know it's going up Tuesday. I expect they do. I imagine the idea is to keep us under 200 so that a bunch of options expire worthless. Yeah, because they can shake off some of that pressure from the ramp moving into next week. But we'll see who wins. Win FBI arrests? Pff, I could never. I don't understand why people think that, and maybe it's just me because I'm so fucking cynical, but I don't understand, like, why people think that the same system that allowed this shit to occur in the first place would put the people responsible for it in jail. Because the people demand blood? That doesn't fucking work. You start appeasing the masses and you're in trouble. Disclaimer, please. Pickle Financial Nuance moderators are responsible for what you choose to do with your fucking money. I am not a financial advisor, and this channel is for entertainment and educational purposes only. If you want to know more about investments or the risk involved, please talk to a registered fiduciary in your state or country. I mean, as a future rich person, I do like the idea of a system that doesn't put rich people in jail. As a current poor person, fuck them, burn them all. Is the trap for retail? Like, is this how a pump and dump is set up? A little bit how a pump and dump is set up, but not quite. A pump and dump is set up by you build a ramp and then you buy a shitload of the underlying. Pump it, wait for FOMO to come in, and then sell out at the top. And then since you have such a large position, then everyone else is like, oh no. And they end up bag holders. The stock likes your cynicism. It's got a ways to go. Calm down. If you personally had the power to kick off MOASS, would you do it? Yeah, because I've done the research, right? Yeah, if I had $10 billion, I'd throw $1 billion at fucking GameStop. Let's go. Get a whole new set of friends at the country club. I think Moonwind just sold the cover call. Now that's the catalyst. Okay, Kenneth Griffin is going to be a billionaire after MOASS also. If you had 1.1 billion, would you throw $1 billion at GameStop? No, because that's fucking stupid. 500 million. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think you'd need $1 billion to set it off at this point. I have no idea how covered calls work. Just Google covered call. Just keep buying $1 million worth of in the money calls until it goes off. Yeah, probably. Everyone just get like an unusual options activity notification every minute. What kind of split you think is most likely if GameStop were to announce one? I think um they're not allowed to have more than a 300 million float. Their articles of incorporation. So 6-1 or 5-1 would probably be the most likely. Maybe 4-1 to keep like more available shares. Although I'm not really sure how that works if they split the stock, if they're allowed to, if that increases the amount of total shares they're allowed to have. Is there an amount of money where you would consider yourself to be too wealthy? I mean, anything over 10 billion's kind of just like, why? But I'm sure I can find something to use it for. Four to one is all that fits. Yeah, I think so because it doubles the shares out. It splits the shares outstanding as well, actually. So it's not just the float. I think the shares outstanding is what 74 million right now. So a 4-1 would be 300 million shares ish. Did you know if you were paid $10,000 a day from 1776 to today, you wouldn't have $1 billion? But if I put $100,000 in the bank in 1776, or like in like the S&P, well, it didn't exist back then, but I don't know, some fucking like long-term investment bank, whoever was around, it'd be worth $1 billion today. So it's compounding gains, Jason. If I had 500 million, I could have $1 billion in 5 years. Why do EMAs function as support resistance algorithms? Partially. They have an angry look today. Well, that's not very nice. Bro, do you even compound? If you had 500 million, you wouldn't need any more money. What the fuck are you talking about? That's just the price of my yacht. And my yacht that takes me to my yacht. I could spend 10% on that on a house. Well, it's a custom yacht, but yeah, it's a big yacht. I would just buy like an oil tanker and remodel it. I'm not going to pollute the environment. I won't drive it around. I'll just park it somewhere in the ocean, leave it there. So it's an eyesore. I mean, didn't Bezos' yacht cost 500 million? I've got to at least try to one up him, right? So I need like a $501 million yacht. What if all the yacht makers are invested in GameStop? Implication. If I had $10 billion, I'd spend 999 million on planting trees and installing solar panels. John Goldstein, what would you do with the other 9.1 billion? Would you paint it all green and call it the Mighty Pickle? Uh, if they offered a 4-to-1 split, what do you think the price would climb to for GME? I think it would just cause MOASS. Like we would MOASS before the split occurred. Party. Yeah, she is. She's looking like she's about to spurt. You know what it's time for. Max Payne is 200. No, Frosted Tips are off the table yesterday. Uptrend for 10 minutes. Everybody, is this MOASS? Could it be anything else? I don't imagine pigeon whales flying gracefully. More of like a lot of flapping and lumbering through the air. Is a 205 DTE a dumb move? I mean, I bought a 207.50. I would have bought a 205, but I didn't have the... But I also bought it at like the very bottom. And it's now worth $10 more. Do you speak pigeon whale? I do. Why are zero DTEs called that homophobic slur thing? I don't know, because Wall Street Bets is fucking like that, or it used to be. I never understood the origins of it. I guess that's the kind of language that gets bandied about when you get a bunch of upper middle class homophobic white guys in one forum together. Oh, that makes sense, actually, Cap. Or a little more sense, at least. There you go, Chicken Tender Daddy. So there is some context. How do you feel about blockchain crypto? Good investment? I'm not a big fan of crypto. It's all right. I own some, a very small amount. Yeah, I don't like crypto because it's just purely based on emotion with like no... I mean, the market kind of is too, but like it's more obvious with crypto. Always sell near the money covered calls end a week for free money. Moonwind. My question is, who the fuck is buying them? Yeah, the 24-hour market's annoying, but I mean, like, you only have to participate. Like, you just don't leave money in the market, right? I would go for 207.50 so you can challenge Pi-Fi. That's fucking risky, and he wouldn't do that. When I buy my way into the presidency, why would you do that? You just have someone else buy your way into the presidency. So glad I played Spy Calls. Up 0.03% today. Killing it. You know what was interesting is treasuries dipped this morning. Treasuries are down today. The 20-year treasuries are down almost 1%. They were down 1% this morning, I think. Slow ass coming in hot end of week. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, guys. 1 second. If you guys haven't and you could, drop a like. It's huge help for the channel. And subscribe if you want to see more of my content, like my unlocked subscribers only streams, which come out every week. Members only? Members only streams. Oh, how many dislikes do I have? I can't see those. 19? That's not even a record. Pathetic. Pathetic dislike volume. It's like the shorts. You can short my stream, you can short my stock, but you can never take my tendies. Dislikes are ripping? Awesome. That's a new record. But those are synthetic. I don't care about synthetic dislikes. They're irrelevant. VIX going up. Are you actually about the VIX is going up? Yeah, it is. Can you apply the same TA concepts you employ to Forex trading or no? Yes, you can. TA, like pattern analysis, technical analysis works on um, futures, stocks, crypto, Forex. Pretty much anywhere where people trade, yeah. Anywhere where market psychology takes effect. Does the VIX have relevance for GME? I mean, I don't think that there's some correlation, I guess. It's spiked and GME's done nothing. It's done nothing while GME ran. $56 dislikes end of day. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys with this uptrend. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some more coffee before power hour. For those of you listening in, 202.32. And I'm back. Secure's wife, you made a valiant attempt. Think of all the wine slams that are behind the stock's current movement to the upside. I need to go shopping today. You're going to be the first to slam a box. I don't drink wine. Who will get margin called first, Citadel or a Pigeon Whale's liver? Well, Jonathan Winder, Carl is not your alcohol advisor. Lots of talk in RRP posts, people saying that T+2s for securities being accepted for repos transactions was an unsubstantiated claim, and that isn't how repo works. Some saying it shows previous day. What RRP post? Get closer to the mic while you chew. No, I don't think Cool Daddy's in here, otherwise I would. I mean, most purchases are made using like automatic purchasing, right? Is done with algorithms. I don't have any earnings predictions. Does Pigeon Whale status come with a wine subscription? Oh, there he is. What's up, Cool Daddy? All right, that should be enough to tide me over till I can actually eat food today. What's my favorite day of the week? Monday. Don't you have a job, Han? Should you really be chugging full bottles of wine before you go to work? I don't know how a stream about, finance and GameStop has turned into this super over sexualized Alcoholics R Us, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. You attract those who are like you. Wait, are you not entertained? That's what you get when you invite irresponsible, degenerate wealth into the stream. I suppose. I'm not disagreeing, Loki. A magic wall of numbers. Ah, all the fuck, even 215s are super risky. Mm, I don't like any of them. Moonwind, that's gonna be on you, man. What happens to a zero DTE that expires out of the money that still has value? Those things don't happen together. If it expires, it's worthless. Moonwind's about to pull a Moonwind. Thoughts on Andy Samberg? I feel like you're combining two names there, JB. I'll wait a bit longer. If anybody at Frito-Lay is listening in right now. Nothing beats the savory flavor of a Cool Ranch Dorito. Hashtag sponsored. You mean the powder at the bottom of the bag, Woody Profit? Hey, listen, I gotta make money somehow. How am I gonna buy more GME? I'm allergic to apples, Dr. K.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. I'll tell you when this is over. I'm definitely hiring Samuel L. Jackson to give a shout out to the pigeon whales. I wonder if I could get him to chug a bottle of wine. Or Morgan Freeman. Nothing too big. Looks like we're attempting to move in towards zero. His first liquidation when Carlos Gavage fed liters of wine through a funnel. How do you think we get his foie gras so tender? I think you do that on Cameo website. Not too expensive. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think those guys are on Cameo either. Otherwise, after January, a bunch of the Wall Street Bets guys would have paid him to do shit. Hey, listen, I've been fucking eating all day, skeptic, all right? I'm trying not to crunch them directly into the microphone. Anyway, I'm sure as soon as Matt hits puberty, his voice will level out. Like, who the fuck is Astro? How many fucking GameStop streamers are there nowadays? Good to know, Takashiro. I'll be in touch. Now the billionaires are nothing to him. That's not true. Only one streamer, Pi-Fi. I agree. You look at Hippo stock, up 20%, wondering if I should scalp. I'm afraid I'll look at it and that'll encourage you to scalp, and I think scalping's risky. What the fuck is this? It's consolidating. It could break down. It's kind of risky. I don't like it, even for a scout play. I feel like it could move too fast to the downside.
Hey dude, welcome to the
Gertie Tuna, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added over to the Billionaires Country Club as soon as stream's over. It would be nice if we ended the week with a run. Volatility's picking up a little bit, so that's a good sign. All right, I gotta stop fucking eating these things. So salty. I was hoping for 219 end of day, and now I'm just hoping for 201. I mean, we're above 201. Set your sights higher. Maybe I could get Werner Herzog to slowly describe the flight of the pigeon whale. That'd be pretty great. I'm getting James Earl Jones for the billionaires. Beat that. Okay, that's kind of hard to beat. Hmm. To 2021 end of day. Um, you heard about some of the big gaming streamers leaving Twitch for YouTube? I kind of heard something about that, yeah. But I don't know that much about what's going on with it. Wouldn't you prefer David Attenborough for Flight of the Pigeon Whales? I mean, yes. I don't know if he'd do it though. I feel like he has no sense of humor. But I also feel like Werner Herzog doesn't, which may even make it funnier. A shitload of shorting and not much else. I mean, yeah, they shorted pretty hard. I'm not super impressed with it. Carrot Top? Do you have an explanation for the 6% drop? They shorted. Have you seen Herzog on the Boondocks? I haven't. I've never seen that show. I've been advised to watch it a couple times, but I don't even know what it's on. It's on HBO. It's Werner Herzog. It was on Adult Swim. Frosted Tips, 4K end of day, Frosted Tips, Frosted Tips. That's not happening. Darth Dan, Cardinals and Pickles of you up. I'm not spending my day off for the first time in weeks getting Frosted Tips. I want to make it very clear to everyone. Frosted Tips are not on the table for today. Oh, it's on HBO Max? I have that. What are the tips? What about tips that are frosted instead? So you're saying there's a chance? 225 end of day frosted flakes. I have a box of frosted flakes in my house. I think I'm out of milk though. If DFE tweets, will you frost the tips? No, it's too late. He had his chance. He has to tweet Tuesday. Otherwise he's failed to deliver. Moist put their pickle in my jar. Frosted Tips FOMO. Okay. I'm still not getting Frosted Tips. Thank you, rotten potatoes. Rotting potatoes. Eat it with water and a fork. Like a pork. What am I eating with a water and a fork? Frosted. I'll never eat cereal with water. Ever, ever, ever. I'd rather not eat. Tuesday or Wednesday, since Monday is off. It's what, Tuesday? Two of 5 is looking pretty juicy. Volume like picked up a tiny bit, but not much. Eat your Weetabix dry? That's disgusting. Can you rename Power Hour to Closing with Cookies? I'm testing the theory of this hat one more time. Pigeon whale milk. Cereal with just water is much healthier. Yeah, but it tastes fucking disgusting, so. Life with Urban Dictionary pigeon whale is. Should I explain the meaning here or just let it play out? That's up to you, man. Get what you can out of it and then get out, you know? Don't be afraid to leave some profits on the table if you can exit. If you can exit a little at a less risky zone, you know? Few boys here on basic rations till MOASS, it seems. If you grew up broke, then you definitely had cereal with milk at one point or another. I never had cereal. I mean, I've eaten cereal with water, but it's awful. Are you talking about what, milk or cereal? Like, who the fuck doesn't have cereal with milk? Pores? Yahoo Finance Reddit article. Can you read it to us? No? Do I look like Andrew Mo Money? I'm not a data scientist. I couldn't possibly. I don't think I'm qualified. I've tested this theory with Oreos. Water does the job, but only because the goal is soggy Oreo. Trust me, this is valid DD that I have fought for years. You can't milk an almond. That's just nut juice. Shave your beard, get a dog. Reddit's going public. People, if I was lactose intolerant, I would still drink milk and eat cheese. Damn the effects. You should get a rot from the pound and put it behind you and see what happens. I'm lactose intolerant and compensate by eating cheese on the toilet. Can't you also can't people who are lactose intolerant also have like really like hard cheeses? Yeah, there's lactose free milk. So you can have older cheeses. I guess so like anything aged. I have a pound of decent chorizo in my fridge. What should I make with it? I don't know. I don't like chorizo very much. Chorizo. Is that how you pronounce it? Chorizo? I don't know. I'll look up the proper pronunciation for chorizo. It's more of a chorizo? Yeah, chorizo. Chorizo? Hmm. Are you Italian, Greek, or both? I'm Italian and Irish mostly. Oh, if you could get some nice queso, you can make like queso fundido. That shit's delicious. If you have some tortilla chips. Mmm. Some lime. Chorizo. I'm not trusting any of you to tell me the proper pronunciation. Half of you say fucking NVIDIA. Have you ever eaten mole? Yeah, I've had mole. My post-MOASS trip is to Ireland. I have had Ethiopian food. It wasn't a pleasant experience. I don't know if it was just the restaurant was bad or if it's the cuisine, but I'm unwilling to try it again. Have you ever tried Cambodian food? Cambodian breast milk? No. Ethiopian food is rather unappealing. Food looks rather unappealing. It was interesting. It didn't look bad. It just tasted bad. Wendy's new bourbon burger. I might have missed this early in the day, but what is your take on the Sears price action? Is that worth a play? Absolutely not. That's like even worse than buying into fucking OTC stocks is buying into dead OTC stocks. Definitely had to be the restaurant. Ethiopian food is awesome. I think like first and second and third world countries is kind of a dated terminology. What do you think if Myrna passes for 15? Looking good for another run up or not? It could be. But I feel like all the sentiment right now is based on like booster shots and it's sort of priced in. I also hate bio stocks. I wouldn't play options on it because like there's a lot of risk. I watched it, even clicked on an advertisement for you. I don't know if I get paid for that, but in return, would you go ahead and make the short hedge funds cover their shorts? NVIDIA? Win poll? I don't know. Win breakout of 205, Grizzled Primate. What are your thoughts on SCR from my boyfriend? SCR? Score Media and Gaming? I guess there's a chance it continues to run up, although it looks like it got defeated pretty solidly at resistance here. It might be about played out, unless there's some sort of, unless something's pushing it higher. I don't really know anything about the company. Canada-based company that creates digital products and content for sports fans. Ugh. Yeah, it's not looking good. I think it's gonna probably like peter out here. If it breaks 36, you could maybe see a run up to 45. And could you check any chart? Oh god. Where do you guys buy these crappy stocks? Sphere 3D? Where's support? Like at 575 or $6 at this like psychological resistance. Probably 625, 6 and 575 are the next like three supports down. Penn bought out SCR last month. Interesting. Legal gambling. Okay. I don't really think. I don't know about that market. It's banned in like too many jurisdictions. I feel like for it to be super successful. Thank you, McPickler. That's on Spear run up. I have 1215C. Expiry February. Should I get out? I mean, 250% gain sounds pretty awesome. What's SPIR? Spire? Although it looks like it's kind of running up right now. Oh. I don't know what like the root like the ceiling is for this. I mean, I would have gotten out here above 12. I guess. Yeah, I would have gotten out when it broke this resistance at 1230. I guess you could see if it bounces now that you're riding it down at like 1150, or just get out sooner. Not financial advice. Ooh, here it comes. Guys, we're gonna do it. Don't pay attention to where we started the day. Let's pay attention to where we end it. What price would you like to see it close for some options agony? 215. 220 would be great. You think they stopped shorting around 245? Maybe. I think they're trying to cover really fucking slowly right now. Pull. Sure. Yeah, anything above max pain is good, but the higher above max pain, the better, right? Lots of orders and multiples of 3. Okay. There's a sell wall at 205.50. 2.5k sell wall. Can we rip $50 again? That was pretty cool. Ideally more than that. What happens in the money options that expire before you sell or exercise? Usually they'll auto exercise digital good time. Unless you have that turned off. In which case they'll just expire worthless. Or they'll like auto sell. If an option is worth money and then it expires, it's no longer worth money. Why would you hold an option to close that's in the money? How are we down to 32 dislikes? Do we have some converts? I mean, most of the dislikes are just fake anyway. No problem, Balani. Now you know. Oh no. Is J-Pow a good guy? I don't think. I really don't think J-Pow is anything specifically. He's a guy. No rainbow bears. You must cover your shorted likes. We do, but most of them are just like fake after I asked how many I had, Mr. Diggs. So it doesn't really count. Is JPOW a guy? I don't know. I think so. Do you think they covered slowly today in a meaningful way? No. JPOW is a chair. That's true. Chair Pow. Have some respect. Had a meeting. What did I miss? A super slow climb to 205 and then some shorting. Yeah, I mean, dislikes and likes are pretty much equal on that front. We're ripping to the right. We are. Do they? Does anyone have an opinion on JPOW? I don't think anybody understands what his actual job is. Nope. Going back down again. I think Chair Pow has nice hair. Maybe he was a looker in his day, you know? He's transitory. I think that's JPow's strength, though, is that he just exists. I don't think anyone really knows what his job is, but he's there and he doesn't say a lot about his job, right? And that's what's the best thing for them. They don't need anybody going out there and actually talking about the money. JPow knows when to fill the ink in the money printers. I don't think even JPow knows what his job is. Well, that's perfect. You don't want to hire someone to be, or put someone in that position who actually knows what the fuck is going on, right? Because then they might say things. Ickerson, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club at the end of the stream. I appreciate the membership, bro. SharePow is the Mo money of the Fed. RSI is oversold. I voted 213.25 because I'm bullish. Nice. That's what I would have voted for. It looks less and less likely by the minute, but Every time we leave the stream, we get shorted. I can't watch 8 hours a day. Well, clearly you need to. I want to see a rip to 220.01. That'd be cool too. Do we have time? Yeah. If we can halt in the next 4 minutes. We're turning around. The volume's atrocious. EOD options too high. Don't say that. Fucking market makers. Two trading days until earnings. Yep. Why it's an IS ASMR? I haven't. I've. What? What does the over under of GME have a share split at asset earnings? I have no idea. I don't know if RC is still sworn to secrecy. Are you anticipating a dip after earnings like last time? I mean, only if they sell 5 million shares. How do future rollovers work if they need covered? They have to cover the loss from the position before they can roll it over. I'm still feeling good about my 220 calls. All right, man. I mean, I hope your 220 calls print too. But the poll doesn't determine the actual price we close at, right? Dislikes are pissy people on a down day. Most of the dislikes are just people who liked the stream and then switched to disliking the stream. Not cool, by the way. I thought the poll determined the closing price. No. So much can happen between now and then. Isn't this all just scripted? No. I'll be disappointed if they don't announce anything at earnings or in the days that follow. Yeah, that would be poopy. Isn't a stand-in period until 2022. My bad. I'm not sure if that's true or not now that he's chairman. Closing price can't be 10K, holy. It's not possible. Why do you build your houses out of wood? What the fuck do you build your houses out of, bullish cat? I've been to Europe. There's definitely wooden houses. Mud. Bricks and stone. So there's no wood, it's just a brick? What do you hang your walls up on? It's like Minecraft houses. Wood is only for floors. I mean, our houses are all built on foundations. They're not just like wood on the ground. Unless you live in like a log cabin. Not anytime soon. IMZ family vids. You guys use plaster? Like, it's still wood. There's still wood in the house. It's not just all brick. No wood. The doors are brick too. How this forum was so easy to slide. It's not a hard one to move around. Our sentiment shifts quickly. You live in a cave, Bristow? 302.83 end of day. Unlikely. Not enough time. My drywall is load bearing. Do you plan on holding options through earnings, IV crush, or selling some? I don't know if there'll be any IV crush. This is GameStop. My yurt is made of twigs and berries. Well, what Elliott Wave guy meant was we would hit 203 and then stay at 203. He'll fix it, don't worry. Pablo. Stop weighing the price down with your brick, dog. So earlier today was a good example of a short ladder attack. No, it was just shorting. What's the delta on your 107.50s like? 0.00001. Oh, I'm diamond handing my 207. I should have sold it when it was worth like $15. But I thought we'd break 205. Why do people say short ladder attacks aren't real? They require a lot of volume, and we don't ever have that. Because you need like multiple like stop loss and trailing stop losses to be following the price of the stock before they're effective. Well, no, their goal is as close to max pain as possible. The Mormons selling more again. I think there's like some brokerages have like a take profits order type. Stop gains is just selling. Wouldn't their goal be anything under max pain to get more puts into play? I mean, not the market maker. The market maker just wants everything to expire worthless. Moon always uses the stop gains order type. We've been over this. My husband and Gherk are mortal enemies, and I had to show my allegiance to my man by not spending any money on YouTube. Oh, hails. You know, I've never asked you to buy AMC. That's all I have to say about that. Do market makers never want MOASS? Of course not. I'm going to send DFV my secret DD. He has a triple pickle, but we have triple baggers. All right, I'll give up on my 220s now. Sum up this whole saga and the adventure we've been on in one word. Repetitious. Crime. Nedog, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Thank you for the membership, man. I'm gonna publish it to everybody but you, Maverick. He's gonna be mad we're talking about him again.
Money sucks.
Do you still get TA on Sunday night? Or will it be Monday? Monday. Ding ding. Chob, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. All right, closing out the day at 202.75. Zero movement in the aftermarket. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate the support, guys. And for the members, make sure you go and set the reminder over on the community tab, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. And for the rest of you, have a great weekend. Enjoy the extra day off, and I'll see you Tuesday.